Here, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of house rules. All your cellular devices, please make sure for the course of the event that they are switched to silent mode. And then secondly, remember, ladies and gentlemen, today we're all about empowering each other. We're here to rise beyond. We're here to find out what's the way forward. So if you could take your phone and take as many pictures and post them online onto your social media pages, use hashtag Nonkosi Creatives, hashtag Rising Beyond as your hashtags for today. We've got phenomenal speakers that are coming on stage, ladies and gentlemen. So take the pictures, tag them. Let's take pictures. Shaka, are you with me? Yes, Shaka. Let's do that, Shaka. Ilembe. Shaka ilembe ngepolo neck. Hayi Shaka. Devon was never cold ever, Shaka. Ngepolo neck. And then of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the event, not if but when the power cuts, we know this is a recurring problem in our country. So for those of you online, if the power cuts, just give us a few minutes and then we'll resume the feed again with you guys. But those of us in here, when the power cuts, please rest assured we are in the Sandton area. So generators will kick in, so relax. Don't scream, Shaka, unga screamy. The power will be back in 30 seconds, I promise you. And then, of course, we've got phenomenal speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Phenomenal speakers and some entertainers. And, of course, we have a panel discussion later, which we will facilitate. And, we are sitting with royalty here today. Sabona mama. Hi. Nothing says I'm important like velvet. Mamela. Nothing says I have struggle credentials like a velvet jacket. So today, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about celebrating each other. We are all citizens of this country. Are you with me, Womgert? We are Womgert. All of us here today are citizens of this beautiful country. And today we're talking about youth employment. We're talking about how do we empower each other? How do we create jobs for the future generations? Am I right? How old are you, my girl? 7. And what is your name, beautiful lady? How? Did you just ask your mom what's your name? Tiana? Tinelo, yes. So we need to make sure that we leave Tinelo with a beautiful place. And that's what today is all about, is how can we come together and create those opportunities? Because I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, as a South African, small by small, we've started realizing that we're on our own. We are on our own. Most of us have found that we have to make our own electricity. You must get inverters, you must get generators. Most of us have realized that we must get our own water. 2 weeks ago, we had to wash in Vascoms in the suburbs. It was rough, but we had to do it. But here's what I love about us, and what you'll come to learn about being a South African, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are the most resilient people on the planet. Yes, you can throw anything at us, we will survive. You can put anything in front of us, we will find a way, we will manage. I saw this during lockdown. That's where I saw South Africans can survive anything. Pela lockdown, they banned alcohol in this country. But as South Africans, did we stop drinking? No! We were in our kitchens boiling pineapples and potato skins, sharing recipes with each other online. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Yes, I realize if you just put some Jace fluid, it tastes like Jägermeister, yes. Ngati gin Jägermeister, so. That's us, guys. That's us. We make a way, we find a plan. And that's what today is about. It's about rising beyond. It's about making a plan. They banned cigarettes in this country during lockdown. Did we stop smoking? No. We discovered RGs. Rich gang. Illicit cigarettes from Zimbabwe. And the problem with RGs is it was like a lucky packet. You never knew what you were going to get. You open a pack of RGs, others are thick, others are thin. Some have been half smoked. You never knew what you were going to get. And you couldn't smoke more than 2 RGs a day. Because, like they would alter your vocal settings. You could always tell on Zoom calls who smoked RGs. Hi, guys. Have you just put your cameras on mute? But this is what I love about us, guys. We're resilient. We're resilient. We soldier through. We make way. And that's what today is about. It's about finding those workable solutions. But I think overall, it's about creating a network of like-minded individuals who all have one common goal. Ha ha! Shaka! Shaka, you still here? I was skeptical. I was like, Shaka, polo neck, clear skin. This is a soft Shaka, no ways. So don't worry, the power will be back soon. Don't worry, we have a great operation here. So ladies and gentlemen, I love what you guys have done. Let's give our crew a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They've connected the sound to an external source, Shaka, do you understand? So that we can keep going, my brother. And the lights are back. I told you, we're in the Sentin area. Those of you joining us online, thank you for joining us. We might not be able to see you. You might not be able to sort of engage with us, but you can in the comment section. Please let us know your thoughts, any questions you have, any comments, let us know in the chat section. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a phenomenal individual. The reason why we are all here today. A lady who was given a vision and she said, Angeke, I have to see it through. Straight from corporate. She's fresh out of corporate. She walked into her boss's office and she said, Angeke, nyahamba, I'm leaving. Goodbye. I quit. And her boss was like, oh, but what are you doing, Pam? Harry, I'm sure looking today you are so proud. But ladies and gentlemen, our founder is someone who has 20 years of HR experience. Do you know what's HR? They're like the snitches in corporate. They're the ones that tell on everyone in the office. She has 20 years of HR experience. Her focus has always been on creating inclusive workplaces that value all employees regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, or cultural background. She believes strongly and firmly in promoting diversity, and it's not just about quotas, but about recognizing unique talents and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Pam is very passionate about storytelling, and she believes in sharing stories that can break down barriers and build stronger communities. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together. Make some noise. Give it up for our founder, half woman, half amazing, a legend in the making, and former runner-up of Miss Soweto 2001. Put your hands together for the one and only Nobile Pamela Kaba! Mshaleni Santa. There she is.
Oh my goodness. Why do you do this to me? Thank you for your kind words, by the way. Oh my goodness. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. So I think before I even say something and go on, I just really want to emphasize Tata Mandela's words that say, may our choices reflect our hopes and not our fears. So thank you for being here. Let me also thank our honored guests online as well, our friends and colleagues in the room, our business partners, our fabulous speakers that have dedicated their time to make this event a success. So, and also as we celebrate Mandela Month, look, we're supposed to have this event during the month of June, being Youth Month. But we then realized that we didn't exactly have our T's crossed and our I's dotted. I was like, no, we can't have an event just for the sake of having an event, right? We need to do it for the right reasons, and we need to make sure that everyone is on board. And for that reason, we're able to then attract all of these wonderful speakers that you will see here today. And thank you for also taking your time away from your families to actually come and spend time with us as we share our stories, as we empower each other, you know. So we need to also be quite open and be willing to talk about the legacy of our country and how it impacts us today. And in Paul's words, we really need to empower each other in terms of how do we rise beyond the challenges that we see today. How do we empower the next generation? How do we share our stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly, so that the next generation will actually learn either from our mistakes or learn from the good things that we are doing and that we continue to do as people in this room, as well as those that are online, and all the nice and wonderful people of our country that are doing nice and wonderful things out there. So as we celebrate Mandela Month and the start of our journey as Nonkosi Creatives, which is really a journey of healing, these past few months, for me on a personal level, have been really testing. You know, if I were to relay some of just the traumatic experiences that one goes through in life, I'm sure we all have our fair share of stories that we can tell. But sometimes we're not brave enough to tell those stories. That's why we need communities of like-minded people so that we can share these stories, so that the next person does not go through the similar challenges. And even if they do go through those similar challenges, what strategies do they need to employ to be able to move forward? Yeah? So indeed, may our choices rather, reflect our hopes and not our fears. Fear becomes irrelevant when you've gone through certain situations. Mpho has just said now that sometimes it feels like we are on our own. And no one is here to save you. No one is here to save us. But we need to find that fighting spirit within to be able to go on. So Nonkosi Creatives is dedicated to promoting diversity and inclusion in workplaces. So our focus will be on offering training and speaking engagements, such as this one, that will really attract really knowledgeable and brilliant speakers to come and share with us how do we move forward. Given the history of our country, we cannot afford to be timid around when it comes to diversity and inclusion. The generations that came before us, they suffered greatly. We don't need to revisit the past, but we know where we come from as a people and a society. So this is 2023. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye when it comes to inclusion in our communities, inclusion in our workplaces. Because the funny thing is that those that are anti or anti-diversity, they're not shy to state their views and their actions. So why should we be timid to talk about and actually demand diversity and inclusion in our communities? So I'll talk more on this point later on in my closing note. So, but today, our hope is that you'll be inspired by our brilliant speakers as they unpack some of the topical issues that we face as a country, as well as these issues that highly impact youth unemployment and young professionals as they navigate in building their careers. So it is also essential that we further investigate how we can embrace innovation. Innovation in a sense that how do we actually then embrace entrepreneurship as young people so that we are able to build legacies in the future and we are able also to create opportunities and create employment for others in the long run. Yes, starting off on your own is not the easiest thing. Anyone will tell you that. If you look at some of the successful people in business today, they started somewhere. They started from scratch, they started with nothing. So today is just to encourage each other to be brave and not to be shy, not to be timid, to put ourselves out there. Not everyone will warm up to what your ideas are all about. So it's very important that as you focus, as you move forward on your journey, you focus on the people that actually show up for you so that you also show up for them and build something tangible in the future, right? So just to repeat, our vision is to then, in the long run, form a community of like-minded people and individuals that support young professionals, that support people doing business out there on their own. And that hopefully, by doing so, we can form a community, a very strong community of change makers in our country. So, to kick off our agenda, because I can go on and on and on and talk about how we need to rise beyond. So, but before I talk about our agenda and the next item, which is actually our panel discussion that I will facilitate shortly, let me just talk about what it actually took for me, physically, mentally, spiritually, and all sorts of emotions that you can imagine. You know, coming out from the corporate space and actually then phoning people and say, hey, I've got this idea. And it's not like this idea has not been done before, right? And, you know, and I think the first person that I phoned was you, Mel. Thank you for being here. Mel is the HR director for EOH. I think this is the first person I phoned. I remember I was so stressed. I was coming from gym. And I said, Mel, this is what I'm thinking of doing. Can you speak when I have this event eventually? She said, yeah, sure, no problem. Anytime I will support you. Just because it's you, I will do it. You know what that did, Mel? It gave me so much confidence because these are the people that we look up to, right? I come from the HR space, so these are the people like Mel that we look up to in the HR industry. And when someone like that says that because it's you, I will do it, it just means that you are on the right track. Yes, it won't be easy. The journey won't be easy, but you need to keep pushing because giving up is not an option. On doing anything, on achieving anything, you should never give up. So the next person that I spoke to is actually Dr. Frank McGregor from Gibbs. I actually met him once, in class once. I did not know him from a bar of soap. He did not know me from a bar of soap. So I was in his lecture, on personal mastery. And I was so touched. Actually, Dr. Max, that day, you left me in tears. Because a lot of what you covered, it forced me to do a whole lot of introspection. To actually look at myself. To actually look at some of the choices that I have made in my journey. Good, bad, and the ugly of it all. I had to actually look at those things and say, who is Pamela? Why is she here today? What has gone right? What has gone wrong? Yes, it's easy to blame people for all the things that happened to you, but you also need to take a mirror and look at what was my contribution in the story. So Dr. Frank, thank you for giving me a mirror in your class. And I said to him, can you please, I'm planning an event, I'm starting a business, can you come and speak at my event? Because I was so inspired, and I was like, I was so looking forward for other people to hear his message. And then the list goes on. And then there's a fellow friend of mine, Lindy Lekoko. Thank you, Shegas. He's here. He will talk later. You will hear what he has to say. And then as we started then building up the business, doing the marketing, doing all of that, and people started just showing up. And actually, about 90% of people in this room, I have never met them. I have never met them, you know. So some of you came from social media, you came from Instagram, you came from Facebook, you came from everywhere. Thank you for being here. So let us introduce our panel discussion. So I'm going to start off with you, Mel. Please do come on stage. Mel is the HR director for EOH. Thank you for being here. Okay. And then we've got Modise Makene. Modise is the country leader for an executive search firm called Pedersen and Partners. He's actually also one of the first people that I called on. And I said, I'm planning, this is the idea. He said, sure, let's go for it. Those were your words. Thank you for being here, Modise. And then we've got the fabulous Ms. Jill Jones. I refer to Jill as my soul sister. She has listened to all my stories, and my cries and my tears and my venting and my anger and everything that you can imagine under the sun when it comes to emotions. Thank you for being here, Jill.
Thank you, Pam.
And then we've got Mbuso, whom I just actually recently met about, I think 2 weeks ago, Mbuso. Yes, it's amazing what social media does. It's amazing what social media does. You know, when people see what you put out there on social media and they actually recognize that we've got similar passions of empowering people. Mbuso is a highly experienced speaker and facilitator. And he is a consultant for the company called Free to Grow, which is one of our partners. I'll talk about it later. So thank you for being here. So I will slowly step down because some of us are larger than life. I will step down. They gave me a seat over there. They said the stage is too small. for all of you. So I'm going to sit over there as we kick off our panel discussion, and I will introduce our topic. I'm trying not to lose my step, just bear with me. Okay, so like I said earlier, we're supposed to do this event in June, right? But all is not lost because the topic is still very much relevant. Yeah, it was really around the legacy of Youth Day in South Africa. And what is it that we need to be doing in the human capital space to chart the way forward or to chart the future to promote inclusive workplaces? So our panel today will help us unpack this topic. So thank you for being here, no pressure. So let me grab my seat. So Modise, can you just tell us about your views on the legacy of Youth Day? And, you know, given the experience of the youth during the student uprising, what are some of the leadership takeaways we can learn from? And what are some of the strategies that corporate South Africa and workplaces can actually employ to promote inclusive workplaces?
Great. Thanks, Pam, for that question. I think it's an important question when we look at the history of our country. The youth of the past, 1976 in particular, you know, they were defining in terms of where we are today. They defined the struggle in this country, and they were active citizens. They teach us a lot about what active citizenship is all about. They were at the forefront of speaking their mind. And oftentimes we sit there and we don't speak what we believe in. We don't speak it up. We say that we don't have a voice. Under difficult circumstances as well, they found their voices. And more importantly, they came across as a confident youth. But we all know that in confidence there's vulnerability. In order to be confident, to go about your business in a certain way, you have to be vulnerable. And a lot of people don't realize that. And so I say, when I look at fast forward to today and I look at the corporate environment and what we can do, those are corporates, to honor that youth, is we have to look at that vulnerability and say, how do we ensure that the corporate environment embraces vulnerability in its totality? And it is even more pronounced after the COVID pandemic, isn't it? We all became vulnerable globally, and we still are, because there's mental issues of mental wellness, the issues of inclusion, the issues of bullying, and I think we can learn a lot from them, how they extended themselves, how they fought against adversity. And they went out there never knowing whether they were going to come back home. Some of them died. And we don't have to do that. So corporates can go a long way in ensuring that we create conducive spaces to accept those who come from different backgrounds, and particularly the youth, and that we embrace how vulnerable that they can be.
No, thank you so much, Modise. That is like really, really powerful. I like the fact that you mentioned the space around being vulnerable, you know, because what we see is that people suffer in silence in terms of what they are going through, and then it manifests itself as a mental health issue instead of us really looking at what was the root cause. So following on that, coming to you, Malisha, so how can we keep up the same level of passion, in a safe way, of course, same level of passion and energy that the youth showed on Youth Day in driving diversity? And what new approaches
should we take?
Okay, so first I want to tell him, Paul, I'm not a snitch. Wherever he's sitting. I think we have a responsibility, right? So to your point about vulnerability, if we're not going to create the safe spaces for people that say, it's okay to be who you truly are, we're already starting on a back foot. That's the first one. The second one for me is, and especially within the human capital space, because, and I know I joked about us not being snitches, but there's a lot of structural norms that are in place that are fundamentally flawed. And I think we have a responsibility to challenge that, like the fact that you have an older generation saying the younger generation is entitled. I call BS, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to meet them where they are, not where you are. Because the life that they're living now is fundamentally different from the way that we grew up. And the importance of creating the psychological safety, creating the safe spaces, to me is a non-negotiable. And often I say, because you have to keep it top of mind, right? Otherwise it only happens in Youth Month, is when you sit around a boardroom table or a meeting room, who are the voices that are here? Who's represented? More importantly, who's not represented? And some of the things you can do because people think you need a lot of resources, you need a lot of approvals. You don't. It can take the simplest of action as a leader that allows you to give, by you yourself being vulnerable, it gives people the permission to also be vulnerable, that you don't have to talk in a certain way. You don't have to be from a certain background or a certain school or a certain family. And I think that, to me, the authenticity involved in that hunger, drive, passion that you have needs to be in terms of, this is my cause. This is what I want to achieve. And I'm not naive to the fact that there are huge challenges in our country. But I've also seen some phenomenal cases of individuals, youngsters who've gone out and hustled and challenged that status quo. And those are the leaders of tomorrow. And for the older generation like me who's sitting the other side of 45, we have a responsibility to be their allies and to be their sponsors, to be able to, I mean, I'm not sure if everyone here has children. I want a work environment where my daughter can one day be whatever she wants to be, without anyone saying, your hair has to be straight, you have to dress up in a certain way, you have to talk in a certain way. So I think as leaders, we have that responsibility on the understanding that you represent every person before you who's not had the opportunity, whether they be black, whether they be female, no matter what that is. And it's a responsibility we have to take seriously to create that environment for them to thrive.
I'm at a loss for words. I don't know about you guys. The friends we keep, by the way, hint, hint. Mel, thank you so much for such wisdom. It's very important because we can't let the lack of diversity be a generational thing, right? So we've got a lot of young people in this room today. So it's very important that we are not timid, as I've said earlier, to actually talk about, what needs to be said. Thank you for your kind words. So coming to you, Mbuso. So what do you think are the benefits for businesses in promoting inclusive workplaces for now and the future? Okay.
Hello, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to soak in the moment for a second. Good evening, guys. Some of the business benefits of an inclusive workforce, I mean, if you look at the mechanics of an organization, they are run off the backbone of the strategy. So we have a strategy for the year, we want to execute on that strategy.
Dr. Max, you've got your mic on.
All right. So, I mean, a business has a strategy that needs to be executed, and we want to make sure that that strategy is executed to the best of one's ability. So what does inclusivity do in driving those specific outcomes? They are the well-known things. Number one, it definitely harnesses innovation. Secondly, it optimizes the quality of the decision making so that we have solutions that are a good fit for the context. When you take advantage of the collective thinking of all the generations that are in an organization. On the other hand, it also then drives profitability and gives you so many operational advantages as far as your operational efficiencies are concerned. If you're a client-based organization, most likely your customer experience will be more enhanced. However, the key connecting factors here are that when the climate inside an organization, inclusivity, firstly, can be facilitated through access. There's legislative framework that influences that. But the experience of inclusivity is a whole different story altogether. Thank you for giving me access. Now that I'm in here, do I really feel part? Or do I now realize some of these systematic, structural issues that are actually real barriers that are actually defeating my confidence and my will to contribute meaningfully to an organization? So these three things, when you get the culture right, you'll get the connection right. I'll have a positive psychological connection to the business and to my interpretation of my role in this organization. It will be visible through my sustained commitment in driving deliverables, and it will be measurable through my contribution. 100%. That's all that we want to experience as people in organizations. And when you utilize that inclusivity, you will see the bottom line contribution that it makes. It's necessary. The question asks, in the present and in the future, the climate is already known to be volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, it's ambiguous. I think we know that term generally, and you want to diversify that risk through having more minds applying themselves to certain situations in an organization. So there's plenty of benefits. I could go on and on about it, but those are just a few key ones that come top of mind.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, Mbuso. Jill, so Mbuso just touched on strategy, and he also touched on access, right? Because it's all good and well, we can sit here the whole night and talk about, what businesses can do to promote inclusive workplaces, but this is not a one-way street, right? It's probably a two-way street, because then my question to you is, how can, businesses and employees themselves together promote lifelong learning to help their employees upgrade their skills? Because also we've got a skills issue, right? We've got a skills issue. So how can businesses promote lifelong learning to address the skills issue, to help their employees upgrade and remain relevant in the workplace?
Thank you. Thanks, Pam. And wow, I'm humbled to be amongst these gentlemen, this lady over here today. Some fantastic feedback that you've given already. So Pam, and to the audience, there's actually a long list. If you have to go and research, there's a long list. But I think it gets down to the practicality of a workplace has to have a culture and want a culture of learning. It starts there. And lead by example, because if the leaders aren't embracing a culture of learning, it's not going to filter through. On the adverse side, why not have all the youngsters and all the youth move and make a movement towards being upskilled within a workplace? We spoke about budgets. It's not about the cost. Because yes, workplaces need to give the financial support. They need to give the time to learning. And there's so many in our digital world, so many getting access, so many areas, so many ways to gain skills development in workplaces, be it the Udemy's of the world. And I say that because our founder of Nkosi Creatives, Pam, had an incredible initiative in the previous workplace that we worked at in bringing in things like a Udemy, that anybody and everybody could have that platform of learning. But one of the biggest ways of passing on the skills and the learning or sharing the learning is mentorship and coaching programs, back to the basics, which costs nothing. Because everybody goes back to, well, we don't have the budget, we've got to put in a budget. Mentorship and coaching programs I have seen work, I've been part of, I've been mentored, I mentor. And actually today, out of the blue, one of my previous mentees from many years ago reached out to let me know that she's got a position at a previous company I worked at. And she was so proud to say, I'm following in your footsteps. And it's not that. It's how do we learn from each other? And it's being vulnerable. Starting training sessions, doing internal, interdepartment sessions. Pass it on. It's not just about the training budget, because that's always what companies throw back where there's difficulty.
Thank you so much, Jill. Thank you. I'm glad that we're touching on this topic on the skills issue and lifelong learning. You know, just looking at you, Malisha, being in the technology space, right? And we've got a huge issue also in our country. I mean, the world of work has changed. There's just so much that technology has done, not only in the workplaces, in terms of also how we operate, you know. So there's a huge buzz also on social media. You know, there's a lot that can be done on social media, even for entrepreneurs, right? So how can young people, seeking employment, equip themselves with the necessary skills for the workplace, particularly in the field that you are in the emerging fields like technology?
So I go back to speaking about social and structural norms which creates exclusion, right?
Mm.
And I'm going to give you a real example. On Friday night, I'd had a rough week, and just going through Instagram, you get all these reels talking about different AI tools.
Mm.
It's free, guys. We think, or we have been socialized, that you need a piece of paper that says you need to have all A's in matric. I didn't have all A's in matric, by the way. I actually wanted to be a graphic designer. That's the one thing. The second thing is we then think we need tertiary education, so you need a 3-year degree that says that you qualify to do a job. We need to be able to shift that paradigm. That's not the way the youngsters learn anymore. Access to education is not just through formal institutions, and largely it is free. So during COVID, as an example, whether it was Stanford or Harvard or all of those institutions, gave some of their courses for free, right? So just as much as you take time to put up your TikToks and to do your selfies and all of that, the wealth of information that is available to you to reskill and upskill yourself should never be underestimated. If we go to the old way of doing things, which is my generation, so you need the piece of paper, I think we have a responsibility to be able to challenge, is a job description actually relevant in this day and age? Let's be honest, right? We talk about 4IR, but people practices in businesses are still steeped in a formal job description that says you need 10 years experience. Why? Why do you need 10 years experience? And though, I know my views are not very popular, right? But I mean, we have that responsibility to challenge it. Challenge a job ad that says you need to come from this university, have access to a car, and be able to do certain things. I call BS once again. It's forms of structural exclusion. So to me, Pam, in terms of the digital skills, I think there's a lot of free resources available. And I think that those of us who are in privileged positions, because I do consider it a privilege, should try to focus on how do we lower those barriers. So like last year, and I know everyone says EOH and their eyes light up, but like every business, we need to take every rand and make it stretch. We launched in our country the first disabled drone pilot learnership, right? This is for, we think our black people are marginalized. It's worse for our disabled people. Because we see a disability and we think the person's not capable. And all it is you have to shift that perspective around, we were raised in a certain way. That is our frame of reference. And once you start challenging those norms that we were raised with, it opens up you spoke about innovation earlier. It opens up this wide world of innovation to say, if I partner with that person and if I partner with that person, collectively, how can we make things happen? So, are there barriers to entry? Yes, there are. We have a responsibility to challenge them, especially in terms of outdated ways of work. And I think COVID was the best thing that happened to us from a pivoting to the fact that, you know, you had the old management clock in, clock out, whereas now people pivoted really quickly and work from home. To me, as much as you take the time and attention to focus on your social media, to focus on your social media presence, take the time to access the free resources that are available to you to be able to reskill and upskill yourself.
Calling a spade a spade. It's on you, right? It really is on you because we see ourselves, even our young people, going through social media, Facebook, TikTok, creating all these, you know. So, but there's also, to your point, so much wealth of information that can promote lifelong learning that also Jill touched on. So while we are on that learning tip, Modise, you know, so how can we then create more collaboration between industries, education institutions, and the government in this space, lifelong learning, as well as then promote the human capital voice in this space to empower young people in our corporate spaces? Or even in entrepreneurs as well, yeah?
No, certainly. Yeah, you know, that's a very interesting question because for the most part, you already see those organizations working in silos. You know, government working on its own, business on its own, and educational institutions. And if you look at those who've been successful, you look at the European Union, for instance, and to some extent, if you look in the US, and particularly in California, and that whole Silicon Valley space, and talking to those who are entrepreneurs, especially in the tech space, is what they've done over the years is to form ecosystems. And by nature, ecosystems are supposed to work in a very seamless manner, as opposed to, you know, looking at those pillars individually. And that makes a whole host that makes a huge difference. So what is important is that although organizations should not be territorial, and we all know what it can be like, you know, business and government, you've got to have them talking to each other. So you have to create an ecosystem. And if you look at, for instance, in the US and how they did it, and particularly in California, and that's how you started seeing a lot of technology, new technology coming through. And we look at it and we marvel at that, but it was long in the making. And you can go back to the 90s during the dot-com period, and most people don't remember that, when institutions offered a lot of scholarships, particularly to the Indian students and who came across to the US. And then the businesses, particularly those tech companies I was talking about, and the government offering those type of incentives. So it's a private-public partnership that was formulated. And it works in a very seamless manner. And it has a compounding effect in terms of the skills that it produces. So you have a much higher rate of success. And here in South Africa, it's a mixed bag. We haven't seen that level of success, and so you don't have that necessary throughput at a high rate. Now, if you go back and look at somebody who perhaps there was a semblance of that, was trying to put that, is Professor Chirizi Marala at UJ. Very interesting gentleman. He was talking, for instance, about AI a long time ago before it became trendy. And also working closely with government, and in actual fact, pushing our government to get involved and set up that 4AR forum under the presidency. He drove that, and he chaired that. And then, of course, he got business involved there. So it was all about, and I spoke to him about this, and it was about trying to create this ecosystem and work within this ecosystem and actually remove any impediments and the points of friction.
Yeah.
And then you start having more success and more young people being part of that ecosystem and a high rate of throughput. So I'm hoping that we could learn from that and that type of structure can gain traction. And then, that's how we will start seeing, I think, more success.
Wow, thank you so much, Modise. Thank you so much. Certainly, there's a lot that we can learn from other environments as well, right?
Yeah.
So just to shift gears, Jill, how do we deal with challenges? I know you're a friend of mine, so I can be open to you about this, and how do we deal with the challenges of cross-cultural communication in a diverse workforce? Or even in our communities, because not everyone is in a corporate space, right? So how do, in your own, you can also use some real life examples, right? Because me and you, right, we are Ebony and Ivory. But so this is very relevant. So how do we deal with cross-cultural communication in the workspace?
Thanks for the question, Pam. And again, I'm going to get a little bit vulnerable today because I think it's about time we do, to Melicia's point, is first of all, from a corporate space, I'm going to talk from a corporate space before I get vulnerable. If we're not creating awareness and we're not receiving that communication of awareness, we're always going to be at loggerheads as individuals. And this is not necessarily across color, this is culture. We have got such a diverse culture in South Africa, never mind in Africa. So if we're not creating that awareness and absorbing the awareness, we're not going to move anywhere with that. But what I have seen work very successfully is doing cross-cultural mentorship programs again. We always looked at mentorship as trying to pair somebody who we think must be paired with somebody. Oh, let's do that because they're so similar. We've got to break that down. We've got to start doing cross-cultural mentorship programs and coaching programs because that's what it is. It's a two-way street. Mentorship and being mentored is not just a push. Mentors, and I've been mentored, I've mentored. I learned so much. But to get to the point of vulnerability, it's what we do as individuals to understand each other's culture. And some practical examples is, I was told once that I wasn't very empathetic, very many years ago. And a lot of people that know me now will say, wow, can't believe that. What did I do? What did I do to become more empathetic and learn about different cultures and where people come from? And that's simple. Get involved in charities. And that sounds like a high-level, high-umbrella statement. But I went and did visits at Tambo Memorial Hospital. Went to the baby section, the maternity section, and it's not easy to get in there. But we went in with gift packs and a whole lot of charity items. And to hand a pack of a blanket and a bottle of Vaseline and a toothbrush and a toothpaste and a few other things to a mommy that's there, where that mommy is sitting in a towel because she has nothing left, because that baby is leaving that hospital without even a blanket. If we hadn't given blankets, that baby wouldn't have one. There's many more. I worked on projects as well. I've worked in the Department of Basic Education's workbook project, which was very close to my heart. And not just working from a project team perspective, but we got in our vehicles and got in our cars and we went into some of the remote locations. And to see those little children run up to the truck that we were in to come and help unload books. So we are straight, perhaps coming from a place of privilege. It woke me up. But if we aren't doing that in reverse, and I came from a family of 6. It was rough. It was rough. But to see those kind of things, and if we aren't putting ourselves in each other's culture, we will never learn and we will never be able to pass on those stories to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. This is why Jill is a friend of mine, because she's just so authentic. I love you for that. You are just really, really authentic. That it's very important that in terms of our cultures, you actually put yourself out there to learn about the next person, to understand the next person, because that's how people work with people, isn't it? So, Mbuso, so we're going to close off in a few minutes, guys, but I need to ask these questions. And I'm going to push a button with you, Malisha, later on, when you talk about unconscious bias and other things and tokenism. I'm coming to you. But let me just deal with Mbuso for now. So Mbuso, you are in the training, learning and development space, right? And I'm sure you see a lot in the space. And so my question to you is, can you share an example of some of the programs or policies or initiatives that a company could implement to promote and foster inclusivity in the workplace, across all levels in the workplace?
All right. In terms of driving more inclusivity in the workplace and giving more access to training programs so people have the right skills, I think the issue is not what is not available. I think a lot is available. Our issue is the scale of the problem. So from a government point of view, you've got platforms like Tsepo 1 Million, which is highly supported by government. It's a job creation portal. It's doing well. Then you've got private-based organizations like Yes for Youth, which is one of the leading job placement portals that are helping especially young individuals get into the workplace. However, the issue is that these solutions are very biased to urban-based individuals. By default, they're absolutely biased. So this is where you say the technology, we can leverage this. It's biased to that particular market. But those that are geographically in the rural areas, I mean, the solution cannot be that urban migration is the only way to get people into the workplace. So the problem becomes way bigger than meets the eye. The question is simple, but to actually unpack the problem, there's so much more. So the economic functioning, our economic plans, and how we are developing the country is influencing access. And if we don't solve that, we will be burdened by urban migration, and we will not be able to deliver services, which will then collapse state infrastructure. So yes, the question may be about how do we drive that specific access. We need to be honest about the nature of the problem and respond to it by its design, not by our wishes. So artificial solutions to dealing with including people, especially in rural communities. In urban areas, I think we're spoiled for choices. If you take ownership, you will find a way. I mean, if you live in Johannesburg and you wake up and tell yourself, I am tired, I am going to find a way, you will find a way. But if you wake up in a rural area and say, and look at the mountain and say, I want to find a way, where are you going to begin? You're already going 5 kilometers to school. It's like the idea of getting assistance is just so difficult to imagine. So we need to be true to the nature of the problem and the type of resources that are deployed into rural areas to increase access need to be befitting of the nature of the problem. The type of support required there is not just a smartphone. It's coaching. It's infrastructure. We need to actually develop the schools that are there to facilitate this bridge, and you actually need to invest resources in those areas to build small economies, and that's a big underpinning issue beyond just saying how do we facilitate that access. So I think it's a bigger problem than meets the eye, but there are many things that can be done. It's not an excuse, and the scale of the problem is absolutely massive. So we are only denting it at a very small piece of it. If you look at the last stats in the first quarter of the year, I mean, youth unemployment is sitting at 62%. That is an absolutely scary number. And that's only speaking of people between the ages of 15 to 24 that are actively looking for work and are fit for work. If you expand the definition to go to the age of 34, the number balloons to 72, which is absolutely scary. So the scale of the issue is just ginormous, and so many stakeholders need to come together so that we can provide meaningful solutions immediately and then invest in the long term. And that is all about the training and skills, which some of these platforms are already doing. So if you're a corporate, I would go to things like Yes for Youth, because I can outsource a program and put the financial investment into it, and we can place people into your businesses, those of you that need capacity, and it's paid for by corporate, which upskills people, and that facilitates access and gets us people we can actually hire and make use of quicker when they come into the workplace.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mboso. So we are about to wrap up our discussion. So, but before we do, I think it's important that we unpack these terms for our audience, Malisha, because every time we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusions, these terms come up. And for a young person out there who's sitting out there hearing these terms like unconscious bias, what is that? What does it even mean, right? And when we also talk about tokenism, what is that? What does it mean? And how can organizations work to actually demystify these terms in the corporate space to actually then promote inclusive workplaces? Because if someone talks to me, well, because of my experience, I know what unconscious bias is. But I'm looking at my daughter sitting over there, and she's like, what is she talking about, So can you explain or just break these things down for us, yeah?
So if I can deal with the tokenism one first.
Yes.
So, I think given our history and various legislations that are in place, we look at the legislation as the ceiling. Right? So these are the targets we need to achieve them in 5 years. And my challenge to not just corporate South Africa, but to everybody is that legislation is actually the floor, it's not the ceiling. And to your point earlier, if we build inclusive, I'm a passionate believer in this. If you build an inclusive culture, the numbers take care of themselves, right? So tokenism and all of the other labels that come with it is around how do we fill or have the right color and gender in our organizations. Frankly, I find it insulting because I'm nobody's affirmative action token because we have worked hard to get where we are. And the tone that we set is what our children will inherit one day. So tokenism is about, oh, you were hired because you're Indian or you're black or you're a female. And I find that it's misinformation. It's defending a past that can't be defended, in my personal view. And it's about denial as well, right? I wasn't part of it. And it's not about attaching shame, right? And that's where unconscious bias comes in. So unconscious bias is your immediate reaction to people and things, right? So if I have to, I'll give you an example, and we're being vulnerable today. I was raised by a mom who had standard 1 education and a dad who had standard 4. But my mom taught me to read and write by the time I was 4 years old, right? So their idea of success was ingrained in me at a very young age, just as yours was around success. What does a good career look like? So you either have to be a doctor or an engineer to be successful. And in unconscious bias, in understanding that if you come to me for an interview, so if I'm interviewing for a job, I walk from reception to the meeting room, and you don't walk at the same pace as me. Like the first thing is like, I'm not shortlisting this person because they don't show drive, they don't show hunger, they don't show ambition. We all have it. Every single one of us, regardless of our background, our race, our religion, our culture. The challenge that we have is for you to understand what they are, because they play itself out in the workplace through your decision making, through the way in which you manage your teams. And it's not a comfortable process at all. And a lot of it is rooted in the way we were raised. So if you were raised that this is what success looks like, right? It affects your decision making, which is deeply biased. And the work we have to do as individuals is understanding what are those things that I was raised about in terms of a woman needs to be submissive, a child needs to know it, children need to be seen and not heard, all of those things. You have to interrogate them and understand whether they're valid in this day and age. 9 times out of 10 they aren't, which means we have to get uncomfortable with, but damn, I've been doing this all this time. It may not have come across.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's always someone else's problem. It's their problem. It's those people. It's your people. And nothing triggers me more than those words, right? Because we can watch the exact same thing, read the exact same books, and get fundamentally different stories out of it. And that's why my challenge to you is meet people where they are, not where you are, which means understand we talk from a point of privilege. We are incredibly privileged to be sitting here tonight, right? 9 times out of 10, the kids don't have that opportunity. What are you doing to fundamentally shift that? So unconscious bias is everywhere. It's not overt. And my faith in humanity has to be rooted in the fact that when people respond to you in a certain way, sometimes it's also out of fear because they don't know any different. We assume that when we brine together, we have different people around the brine, which is rooted in our humanity, not in our culture, our religion, or our race. And those are the things we need to start pushing the boundaries on, because what we say and do in that brine around the dinner table plays itself out in the school ground.
Yep. Thank you. You are on fire, my lady. Thank you. So I think let's just pose one last question to Modise, and then we take questions and we close off our panel discussion, right? Are you happy with that? So Modise, finally, with you, ending off with you, what will be an ideal South African workplace of the future that embraces the youth today? And how can we make that vision a reality? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the workplace today does not embrace the youth, but times have changed, right? And if everything was perfect, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about diversity and inclusion or the lack thereof in our workplaces. So in your mind, what would then be the ideal South African workplace of the future?
I'll keep it short, seeing that we're closing. I think I'll draw on the whole spirit of Ubuntu, which is something that is actually rooted in African culture as much as we talk about it as South Africans. And a lot of times, we have borrowed with pride across Africa and South Africa from elsewhere and have become complacent about what we have. And if you look at that whole notion of Ubuntu, and Dr. Ruwelkoza writes eloquently about this, and I had been following this for some time, it has always been something that has been in the background. But I think more and more you start seeing people talking about it. We had Tom Cruise, who was in Cape Town filming a movie, and he was raving about Ubuntu, recently discovered, right? And so on. We do have Barack Obama and so forth. So during the COVID period, I took some time to say, we were all at home. I said, what Malaysia was saying, study for free, international universities. And I realized that in my line of work, ESG could be interesting. So got a certification in that. ESG, I was about to say, got a certification in that. And so I'm trying to draw a parallelism between ESG and the whole notion of Ubuntu. As I was studying and reading this, I said, very familiar for me out of South Africa. So ESG it's a framework that looks at basically how business, which operates in a community, to say business does not have one overriding stakeholder, which is a shareholder. But business operates within a community of people. Yeah. And business affects the environment. And business affects, from a governance point of view, risk and so forth. And as I was going through this curriculum, I started seeing nuggets of Ubuntu, what we call Ubuntu. Yeah? And, and, and yet business had operated on the principles of the Western world. So now all of a sudden, you're seeing the whole world embracing this whole spirit of ESG, which in my world is underpinned on the principles of Ubuntu, which is humanism, which we are talking about right now, Malaysia. So back to your question, what kind of corporate environment would you like to see going forward? It's one that hinges on the fact that I see you, on humanism, that we have so much in common with each other. You know, once we see each other in that manner, issues of, am I diverse? Should I include you or not? I'm seeing another human being.
Yeah.
And Ubuntu also talks about the fact that, you respect the environment. You eat from the environment. You keep it safe for the future generations, right? And from a G and a governance point of view, is how you comport yourself, no corruption and so forth. So I would hope that as the world embraces ESG, which I call Ubuntu, that we move in that direction and it becomes a legacy for the youth, that as they enter the corporate world, they enter an environment that embraces that in terms of who am I, as opposed to being an imposter in that corporate environment. I'll leave it at that.
I've got no more words. So I'll hand over. Let me just check with you, Andre. Do we have any questions? Let's open this for questions briefly. Do we have any questions online before we take questions in our audience here in the room? I see your hand. I'm coming to you. Okay, so we have no questions online, so it's very important that we check that. So we have a question over there. You had your hand up. Does someone have a roving mic for her? Just raise your hand so that Andre can see you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have to be polite and greet. I'm Andile Nguni, and thank you so much for the engaging session. It was very holistic. I had so many questions throughout the session, and I was about to come at each and every one of you. I'm like, wow, but you haven't spoken about this. Intergenerational collaboration. You haven't spoken about performative inclusivity and all these things, but it was really covered. Thank you so much, Malisha. I really resonated with a lot of what you said as well. But I think one of, thing that I also wanted to bring into this conversation was talking about how do you actually address the lack of inclusivity within a space, particularly in corporate, and also how do you address injustice in that space without obviously risking your job, risking the relationships that you have in that space as well. Because like a close friend of mine is currently going through a horrible corporate experience, and I'm different, and I would speak about it, you know. But the concerns around actually raising these things that you're facing, and even the placing of the people within the structure. There's women, there's black women, but it's almost you have to be a certain kind of black woman in that space to exist in a predominantly white space, right? So even raising your concerns in that light is it's shaky. So practically, how do you go about that?
Mm-hmm.
And while I work in ICT now, I grew up in mining. So if you think transformation and diversity is a challenge now, 30 years ago, it was even worse. You were literally the only woman around the table. And to me, the way in which we challenge one another, we often think that conflict or challenge has to be about conflict. Sorry. We often think that in order to challenge people, it has to be a conflict environment. It doesn't. It's about every situation is either I can learn something from it or I can teach something, right? And I don't know where Mpo is, he's probably going to attack me after this. As much as he joked about HR being seen as snitches, often in our functional area, we seem to be management's mouthpiece. I don't operate like that. At the end of the day, our mandate is to be able to do what's best for the business without violating the respect and dignity of people, right? And the number of calls I get from people outside of our business to say, I'm in an incredibly hostile situation. How do I deal with it? My personal view, at the end of the day, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything.
Yes, yes.
And often we think, but I'm just one person. But there's that really beautiful saying that says, I am just one person, said 8 billion people, right? And create your tribe, get your support structure around. And guys, I know I'm making it sound incredibly easy. I've got the scars to prove every single thing I'm saying, because it's not a popular view. It's not a popular view. Talking about inclusivity, if I had $1 for every time someone said to me, our education system's a problem. There are no black people with these skills. There's a problem with science and maths. So what are we doing about it, right? And 30 years ago, there were no females underground. But now you have black women who are mine overseers. That's because one person was brave enough to stand up and say, I'm willing to try. And it sounds incredibly easy. It comes at huge personal sacrifice. And a perfect example, when I had both my babies, from day one after maternity leave, I was traveling internationally. No one asked me, are you breastfeeding? Do you have support at home? It wasn't a consideration. So now, in the position I'm in, I make sure our work environments are female, mother-friendly.
We are on fire in this room today, but we need to be mindful of time, right? So we've got, I'm not sure who had their hand up first, you, Bahle, or Bahle, it seems
Lady
you
in
had your
front.
hand up first, and then we'll take your question after Bahle.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, colleagues. Thank you very much for very insightful, information that you've shared as a panel. I come from the people and organization space, and I've seen, and I'm also very much close to what is happening in our country, particularly towards, in terms of the youth and the lack of opportunities, et cetera, we've covered that. But I just want to challenge some of the practices. Mel, you referred to the norms, right, that we need to challenge. One of the requirements, job requirements, is that for an entry-level job, you need 2 years experience. And for me, I wonder where a young person from rural Venda is going to get 2 years experience. That person has experience from hardship. They have qualities of resilience, eager to learn. And there are many qualities that they have. So I think we need to start looking at what do people from other areas, other than the usual urban areas, have that they can actually use to be able to start a career. So this 2 years experience for me is questionable. So we need to look at the qualities that people have and the backgrounds that they come from and use that as a baseline in terms of, does this individual have what it takes to work in this environment? Secondly, the sourcing of resources. I think one of you touched on it, is around, we always use the easy route, go to Wits, go to UCT, you're going to get the cream of the crop there. But there's also the cream of the crop at Forte, at University of Limpopo, Ongoye, technical universities, or whatever they call them, DUT, for example. The cream of the crop that is in their 70s, 80s today were the best IT experts at IBM during the 80s, 90s. And they came from Forte. University of Limpopo, at the height of apartheid. So let us re-look at our policies, practices, and use ways of attracting talent and bringing diversity into how we think and sourcing talent. Last but not least, sorry, I'm very passionate about this subject and I've spoken about it.
It comes through very clearly on your voice.
I've spoken about it with Pam, right? It's well and good and I support it, don't get me wrong, to promote women. We've been disadvantaged, trampled upon, perceived as third-class citizens for many years. And we need a voice, we need power to be empowered, etc., etc. But I think using extremism to correct an extreme problem is a problem. So the extreme problem was women were being discriminated and undermined. And there's a wave of recognizing women and ensuring that as part of diversity and inclusion. I support that fully. But let's be very careful about the social impact of being too extreme, the social impact that can have in our society. Lastly, I want to advise the youth. There's time for everything. I'm not making assumptions. I'm just talking as a mother now. As a mother. It hurts to see young black people, young black girls and boys having babies that they cannot take care of. So I'm pleading to you. You are privileged sitting here, right? You understand what it takes to find a job, to get a foot into Harambe, right? Or Harambi. You understand what it takes. It was very difficult. And then the very first thing that sometimes our youth does is to go and make babies as if it's a career or something that that makes them somebody special. So please advise your peers out there not to start making babies when they have nothing for themselves because they are creating the very problems, big problems that we have in the society. Thank you.
I think we should make that a follow-up a follow-up discussion given all of our social challenges that we have in the country, all right? So I'm not sure how we're doing for time, so we've been at this discussion for quite a while. So let's just take one last question. Someone had their hand up and then we can call our MC and let's move on with our program. Otherwise we'll be here until 12 midnight, right? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zaningi, and thank you so much for this platform. Jill, I have a question pointed to you. I like what you shared about that we think that training is about budget and so on and so forth. I'm in the HR space, and my question is, how do you, in a diplomatic way, encourage the transferring of skills in the organization to people who are skilled but do not want to share? And that's one. Then you have people who have the skill, but they don't have the empathy and patience it takes to transfer the skill. And then when you try push for it, instead of being heard for you advocating for other people to come up in the ranks, you are perceived as aggressively confident. But as soon as a Sandy or a Sandra suggests, then it's embraced. For me, that's been one of my challenges where often, pushing for sustainability. And sustainability for me is, I need to know that if I'm not around, the show can go on. If the show cannot go on, it means that in my presence, I'm not effective. And when you try to tell that to leaders, they don't hear. They hear, you're trying to take my job. It's like, no, it's not. The show must go on with or without you, and you're effective if people don't need you. But if they keep needing you, sweetheart, you're not sharing. You know what I mean? So for me, coming to you, I'm asking, what's a diplomatic way? Because one thing I really struggle is constantly being told you're aggressively confident, tone it down. And it's like, okay, but let's come back. Let's come back, answer the question. You know, what, your advice, yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me try and break that up into a few parts. And there's a lot of it that you actually answered yourself. And I don't know if you realize that. But let's look at the first part of the question. It's very difficult when you're in an environment where you see all the skill, you're around all the skill, and people hold on to it. I mean, you're seeing it. We're all sponges. We want to learn from that. So how do you diplomatically approach that? I'm going to try and answer this in the best possible way, and only from experience. I still, first of all, don't stop being assertive or aggressive, particularly as a woman. Even if even if it's offensive to the other party, you've got to keep that persistence going and keep facing. I'm going to use a phrase here that our Nelson Mandela always used: is if you're not facing the sun and keeping your feet moving forward, you're not going anywhere. And you've got to keep doing that. So how do you do it diplomatically? If one person that you want to learn a skill from is not being open to it, find somebody who is. And find the next person who is. And the next person. And eventually that one is going to come around. They will. They will come around. And I've actually experienced that. I've struggled with certain people where you want to learn from them. And you just got to keep persistence. And I don't have any other advice but about being persistent with it. On the second part of your statement, I'm going to say, because you shared a lot of what you're doing, is particularly as women, and I'm not excluding men. We always keep saying women, women, women. We do not exclude men, because without men, we wouldn't be able to be women in the workforce, because men, we've leveled up, they're accepting it, mostly of today. But it's also about what you're doing. How about approaching that person and saying, I like what you do when you do this, and I'd like to learn that from you. Can I have some time with you before hours or after hours? And try a different approach. Because perhaps it's just a communication thing, or it's the stress of being busy all the time. And I think if you keep persisting with that willingness, somebody is going to help you. And if you do it, the next one's going to do it, the next one's going to do it. And it's so sad that those people that are holding on to those skills are being so short-minded, and I'm going to be straight about that. Because how are we ever going to fix the skill shortage if we're not sharing our skills? And and companies also get scared of doing that, because they go, well, we're going to share all these skills, and then we're going to train people to leave. Well, damn well good. Because those people should leave and go back into the economy, into other companies, and keep sharing those skills on. So all I can say is, from woman to woman, is keep at it. Keep at it. Because persistence will pay. It will pay. Somebody will listen. Okay, thanks.
And also just to add, listening to the panelists today, and also coming back to your question to add on to Jill's point, is that there's also just so much information out there. There's so much information. I think we've been conditioned that you can learn, you only can learn from people in your immediate work environment, right? So all I'm saying is that also try, yes, be persistent, but also try different approaches that will help you with learning whatever that you need to learn without relying on that one individual. I hope my point is coming across clear. There's so much information out there on the internet everywhere. So I think, but also to your point, it will help if organizations can also embrace the culture of lifelong learning, because that's what it's all about, yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our panel discussion. It's been enlightening indeed. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your impactful knowledge and sharing your time with us. So I'm going to hand over to our MC. Over to you, Mpo. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our panel. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
And of course, our facilitator herself. Let's hear it for Pam, everybody. Let's give her a big round of applause. You had your hand up. Did you have a question? Oh, let's get the panel while they're still mic'd.
I liked the song and everything. It was so beautiful and lovely. And thank you all people that love you. And I wish you guys can be here and again.
Aish! Big round of applause.
Wow.
The youth is hearing you. They are loving you.
Great, eh? That's good.
Amazing stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy our panel discussion? Shaka, you don't have a question, my brother? This is your fourth bottle since we started. Is everything okay, Shaka? Everything okay at home? Me right? All right. All right. You have a brilliant speaking voice. Yay! Did you? Hey! Hey! What? You must ask another question. Mama Kichilo, struggle credentials. I'm very passionate about this. And you know what else, Ke? Why are they making babies left, right, and center? Mama, it's not the intention to make babies. Babies are a product of. The youth is just exercising. Hey, we must empower them with the right equipment, Mama. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, look, we are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen, because I've had the pleasure of working with this next speaker, and he speaks to what I was talking about, what we represent as a people, which is resilience. So he's going to talk to us about personal mastery and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has such a beautiful name. Hi, what a name. Dr. Frank Makwekwe, a.k.a. Dr. Mags. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a faculty member at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, University of Pretoria. His research concentrates on enhancing employee well-being and resilience, and he is a sought-after consultant in these areas. He's a certified financial planner, financial risk manager, and alternative investment analyst who spent 25 years in the financial services industry. Basically, Dr. Megs has a lot of money. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Help me welcome on stage the legend himself, Dr. Megs. La la, batate Dr. Megsy, yo, Dr. Megsy, this is how you dance when you know you have medical aid. Batate Dr. Megs, hey, come on, Dr. Megsy.
Oh, great to be here. Good evening. Love working with Mpo. We're connecting just now. We last had a nice gig at Standard Bank way before COVID. So we're just connecting at the back. What a pleasure. What a privilege. What a rare opportunity to have this amazing opportunity to talk to you for the next 40 or so minutes about personal mastery and resilience. Where does one start? The panel has been so awesome. In fact, they've done my job. Because when we think about personal mastery, we think about resilience. They talked about it. We think about your story. What's your story? Who are you? How do you identify yourself? We speak about unconscious bias. They spoke about that. We speak about your triggers. What triggers you in the workplace and in life in general? We talk about obstacles and challenges and how you deal with them. We talk about how am I experienced in the workplace when I'm championing matters of diversity and inclusion, for example. And ultimately, it's really about who am I? Where am I going? Right? And I love the last question because it reminded me also of an interesting concept that speaks to personal mastery. And that concept is this idea of crucial conversation. So I always say to my kids, I've got 2 daughters, 23 this year and 20. And kind of, everyone narrates their story. How did you get where you are? What challenges have you faced in 25 years of corporate world? And I always start by saying to them, I used to be young. Because I'm 51 now. And I know when I started working at Investec, for example, and in banking in general, way back in 1998. And, I was young, I was a firebrand, I'm going to change the world. Not that we mustn't say that. That's important. But along the way, you sort of learn tricks of the trade. You kind of mellow, you kind of are strategic in terms of still trying to drive points of transformation, diversity, and inclusion. And one of the most powerful concepts that I learned, and it speaks to personal mastery, I want to start there, is the idea of crucial conversations. When we are talking DEI, when we are talking transformation, those are crucial conversations. What's a crucial conversation? It's got 3 things in place. You don't just arrive and have a crucial conversation without planning. Because a crucial conversation says, 1, emotions are high. This is a topic that triggers emotions. It makes me emotional. It might make the other person emotional. So I go in knowing, this is a topic that says high emotions. 2, opinions vary. Different opinions about this topic that you are talking about, right? 3, stakes are high. So a crucial conversation is those components. Opinions vary, emotions are high, stakes are high. So what happens? You might just be talking about skills transfer. We must just move it from those who have, you lose nothing, to those who don't have. You're attacking me. That's how someone is going to perceive it. You are attacking me, right? You too aggressive. I learned a new phrase. What is that phrase? Aggressively something. What was that? Aggressively confident. Now someone is perceiving you as that. You're just trying to say, let's share knowledge. We benefit from each other. So one of the tricks I learned in corporate was when there's a crucial conversation, you need to plan and prepare for it. So before I get into resilience and personal mastery, I also heard something about Harambee. Let me quickly talk about that, then we'll get to this story. I love Harambee. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. Amazing organizations. I want to link the two, and youth unemployment, right? So, firstly, I know what it means to be unemployed as a young person. So we're going to get there as part of the story. And I want to anchor this, perhaps as a first idea. Maybe crucial conversations is one. Here's another one, right? Your story matters. Your story, who you are. How did you get to where you are today? And we're not even taking, how did you, we're sitting here, 27 July 2023. You have had so many struggles in your life. In fact, I want to say to Pam, right? She was my good student. Give her a hand. She was an awesome student. My goodness. I loved having Pam in my class at Gibbs. And I'm going to use her as an example. She's just started. She's written a chapter of her story. She has. Because she's starting a new thing. Right? This amazing idea. Non-course creatives, right? So every single day, we write a sentence, we write a paragraph. Upem akadlali. She doesn't write sentence or paragraph. She went for chapters in the last few months. She told us. She went for chapters. Every single day you're writing part of your story. Therefore, your story matters, right? And your story is the lens with which you see the world. You know, we don't get to that door there. I didn't do that at least. Hey, nifika lapha emnyango, and then I say, hey, Dr. Max, you're now going in to share a few words. Your story, can I leave you behind? I'm coming in without my story. Can we do that? We can't. That card, access card, that fingerprint, however you go into your workplace, your story is with you. Let me show it alive in a quick example. So I was at Momentum, CEO, COO, various businesses there. And because your story is always with you, I'm so pained by youth unemployment. We'll come back to that. And I come up with this idea. I thought it was brilliant. Took me 18 months to learn, to learn it, to get momentum to agree with it, right? And partly it's because I realized, this is a crucial conversation. It's going to need a lot of practice and preparation and getting other people to buy in. So I'm sitting there, I'm CEO of Momentum Administration, I was first CEO of Momentum Administration, then I became Chief Operating Officer of Momentum Wealth, and this business, I want to give an example, I was CEO of Momentum Middle Markets. I'm looking for financial advisors. I have a target to grow to 1,000 financial advisors in 5 years. And so I come up with this idea one day. I said, I've heard about this work readiness program called Harambee. Let me go and talk to them if I can find advisors there. And then we employ them. We start a Momentum financial internship program. I talk to my boss. The first thing my boss says, hey, am I hearing you correctly? Let me just play back what I heard. Ute, you are saying, you want to go to Harambee? The people who are there have been unemployed for at least 6 months. You want us to hire them? Just listen to yourself. Why don't they have jobs? Why don't they have jobs now? These can't be good people, right? That was the working assumption. These can't be good people. We can't hire from there. Have you exhausted all other means to get financial advisors? And I love the point that came earlier. So I say, their CV might show that they have been struggling to find employment. But my goodness, I think they are resilient. I think they've got courage to go every single day and try to find work. That requires courage. Because you are hearing the most number of no's you ever hear in your life. No, there's no work here. Move forward. Sometimes you don't even get feedback. It's like the CV goes in a black hole. Nobody ever comes. You don't even know what you are doing wrong. Right? So I'm saying you need these people. These are going to be amazing financial advisors. Took me 18 months to learn that idea. Glad we did, because your story is always with you. My story, I know what it means to be unemployed as a young person. I want to help someone put the foot on the ladder. Just get them into momentum, then we take it from there. So I'm so happy to report that when I exited 2014, 15, 16, Momentum hired each year 100 interns from Harambee. It was one of Harambee's big deal that we did with them, right? So that is a nice segue to stories. Stories matter. What's your story? Your story is always with you. So if you can go to the slide, I think I've got a couple of pictures there that I want to show as we get in the story, so you can find that what. So let's get going. So everyone has a story. Here's my story. As I'm sharing my story, I want to be practical. academic, we like giving framework, just the ways of thinking about the world. Your story matters, one. How do you think about your story? How can I help you get the power that is in your story? Please think of your story by answering the following questions as you reflect on it, as I'm sharing my own story, as you're reflecting on your story way beyond this amazing time that we have together. So you need to ask yourself 3 questions. What is my story? And you'll see the first question didn't say, do I have a story? Did you see I didn't say that? I said, what is my story? You have a story. So we can't even say, do I have a story? First question, what is my story? Second question, how do I tell my story? How do I tell my story? I'm going to come back to that quickly. Third, how does my story influence me today? Again, you can say, I didn't say, does it influence you? It does. It influenced me at corporate, fought for this internship. I want to come back to how you tell your story. So we love movies, we love reading books. And when I say, how do you tell your story? I'm saying, when you have finished telling your story, what is the major theme that people say, this story is about? Suffering, overcoming, success, hope, fear. What do people say if you tell people about your story? Is it a tale of war, problems, the world that's against me? Do people get inspired when you tell them your story? Do you get inspired when you tell your story? And you say, my goodness, I've come far. And I am still going. How do you tell your story? Because often, we tell our stories so negatively. I'm a failure. I will amount to nothing. I always make mistakes. And on we go. We often are our strongest critics. Is that your story? I always make mistakes. They are going to find out I'm an imposter. Is that the stories that you tell? So how you tell your story matters, right? So here's my story. Before we go into my story, quick activity. Just want to write one thing. I will tell you what this does for us. Just want to write one thing quickly. What are you grateful for in the last 24 hours? If you've got a pen, if you've got something in front of you, even your phone, just write one thing. In the last 24 hours. So think from now, go back, right, to yesterday. What are you grateful for? Find one. I'm not asking for too much, right? One thing. What are you grateful for? So obviously me being here, Pam knows because we've been talking a lot. I'm so excited. You know, I'm that guy who grew up getting clothes on one special day. Who can guess that day? Hey, Bafoed. Then I get my clothes. Then we dress. Then we go to church, Roman Catholic. Then we come back. Rice. What? But me, that was secondary. I want choice assorted. Hey, the pink one. And lemon creams. My goodness, that was me. I was that excited telling Pam, I can't wait. 27, I'm pumped up. There's my song. Right? I'm grateful for that, being here. What are you grateful for? What are you grateful for? We're talking about personal mastery. It's about knowing myself. Am I always negative? I never find good things happening around me. The brain can trick us. Hey, but wait, there's a reason why bad news sells, newspapers, headlines. Hey, some people, they get so much energy talking about the problems of hey, potholes, hey, ESCOM, hey, corruption, this country is going to an end. They can't find one simple thing good happening in their lives. The brain is often wired to find negative things. So I'm saying to you today, one of the things to build your personal mastery, to know yourself, is to pause and say, okay, I've listed all these bad things. There must be something good happening. And when you find it, you smile. You get perspective. You say, yes, there are problems. They haven't gone away. But there are good things happening. It could be driving in Johannesburg. It's so cold at the moment. And you see someone with a board. saying, give me something, I'm giving a joke, 2 rand food. And you simply say without judging them, I'm grateful I've got a roof over my head. I'm grateful I had a warm, my daughter, Nomatem, says, Baba, you must sound fashionable, the one who's 20. So I say, hey, you have your coffee and tea. She says, no, Baba, no, get in with the program. It's your beverage. I don't know big English words. But hey, you are grateful that you had your favorite beverage. Just having that coffee. That person under the bridge, at Colette, at Grayston, on Simon Street, downtown Joburg, doesn't have that. I have a warm blanket. They don't. In this cold, you have a warm meal. They don't. You gain perspective. Doesn't take your problems away. You just realize, learning about yourself, what do I focus on? Does it work for me? You start asking yourself those questions. Could there be a better way of just running my life? I want to still achieve certain, I want to overcome many obstacles. But I can just be grateful for what I have. That's part of personal math. Knowing yourself, knowing your why, knowing who you are and where you want to go, right? And so this little activity that we have done, it helps us with that, right? Just find something you're grateful for. We can go to the next slide. But, when you think about being grateful, you can go to the next slide. When you think about, am I supposed to drive it myself? I don't have anything, Okay, you can do it for me. It's easy. I'm using a lot of my hands. Let's talk stories. Oh, I love stories. So my story starts there. It's got a lot to do with train stations. You're going to see just now. So, Utinek, that's where I start. Let me tell you briefly about my family, because that's so important in how we show up in the world. That's so important about, kind of those formative times, values. That's very important, just in anchoring me. You see it throughout the story. So I finished matric. We talked about youth unemployment. There is evidence of youth unemployment. And so I've got good matric, but I don't have money to go to. We used to say technicon. We used to talk about tertiary, or, you go to university or you get a job, right? I don't have any of that. And I just want to pause and get you to reflect the impact of youth unemployment. You finished matric November 91. Fast forward February 92. You are unemployed. Door to door looking. All those celebrations, newspaper, did I do well? It's gone. You never said, after matric, I'm unemployed. Never say that. You don't. Because you've got aspirations, you've got hopes for yourself. So for me, that is why I drove this idea of helping at Momentum to find work, to start this internship program for young people. Because that faced me for 6 months. Going to the VW plant there in Utinek, and I'm outside, and we queue in the morning. They come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes they get to 10. You number 12, sorry for you. The other people come in, there's some opportunity. Walking into a garage, I'm looking for a job. Walking into a supermarket, going into a bank. No, there's no work here. No, don't wait for the manager. I'm kind of an optimistic guy. And then I said, can I wait for the manager? I want to hear from the manager this car that is. No. Just move on. I want you to think about this sign. Every single day today, we've got people facing this. You hear the number, over 70%, if you take 15 to 34. Those young people are facing this. when they are walking from factory to factory. Because sometimes you have to exhaust different means. You do LinkedIn, you do what. I mean, we didn't have LinkedIn then, but it was this. So I just want you to reflect. We're talking about personal mastery. Who am I? How do I engage with the world? How does the world engage with me? Think of this. You are at your lowest. You are unemployed. If you're like me, you just want to be out of this household. It's just too much drama. You go, you stand in front of a factory. I want someone to talk to me, Pam, to say, it's going to be okay. Sorry, we can't employ you. Good luck, go to the next one. No, employers say, we're tired of telling these job seekers that. Let's just put a sign. They must read and they must move on. Yet I need someone to talk to me. I want to say, I'm young, give me experience. I'll work for free. You know, when you're young, you also think of that, right? You only realize later, hey, you can't work for free. They tell you about all these rules. Occupational, what. You can't work for free. No, right? But you think about that and you get that sign. So I'm unemployed. I'm crying. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I leave Utinek. I go to Kirkwood. All I can tell you about Kirkwood, you can see it there. Good people, this place is one main road. No traffic lights, one spa, one F&B. You kind of get the idea. Citrus farming. If you don't believe me, look in the picture. Where else do you see a donkey? In front of a pharmacy. Where? It says itself, I am small. Do you agree? So I get there. We can go to the next slide. And I nearly became a farm worker. Look at this picture. You can go to the next slide. Look at the next picture, right? This is people who are picking oranges at this farm that I went to, where my relatives were. You could get a job to be a farm laborer. I nearly became this. You can go to the next slide. I nearly became this. But I realized, look at this place. I was there in 2015 with my daughter, just trying to give them perspective, 15 and 12. We were close to 30 people in this dilapidated place. One pit toilet at the back. The farm laborer just saying, I just want you to work. Right? There is the lodgings. I'm looking at this. I'm just saying to myself, but if I take this job, how am I going to get out of here? One thing. Number two, we had the DOB system at the time. To anchor it, this is May 1992. Right? The farm laborer says, thank you for your labor. $50 a week, plus 5 liters autumn harvest. 750 meat, old brown sherry. You've got too much to drink. You never think about exiting these terrible conditions, right? You can go to the next slide. So I say to myself, no, I'm going to see if I can get a job. I got a job at Kirkwood Hotel. We went back in 2015. It has changed. It's Kirkwood Mall now. I just want to tell you, Pam doesn't even know this story. Yo, Bafwet, this very person in front of you, supposedly, they can tell stories, they can inspire. Hey, they've got a, do you remember, hey, Bafwet, do you remember the minister who said to us, everyone has a smaller nyana skeleton? Hey, Bafwet, I've got mine. I got fired at this place for drinking on the job. Hey. I got there, May 92. I'm not drinking at the beginning. Towards the end, I'm drinking so much. One day in September 1992, Mr. Smith walks in. I'm so drunk I can't even stand behind the counter. And what they used to do, every month before payday, they would do what they used to call stock taking. They basically counted stuff, and then they would tell me the following day when they paid me. Wages, I used to get 300 rand a month. Less breakages. Then they just gave me the balance. I'm fired September 1992. Guess what? How much do I get? 72 rands. The rest, 228 rands, was breakages. I'm crying. I've made a mistake. Why was I drinking on the job? And I am just that moment of regret, of anger at myself. In that moment, I'm standing in my little room. At the back of the hotel, so I got 3 meals a day. Actually, it arrived in this job. 3 meals a day, 300 rand, a room at the back of the hotel. I mean, for a 20-year-old, what more do you want? It arrived. Your comfort zone is not good. Because sometimes when you're in a comfort zone, you don't grow. There, in my comfort zone, I'm drinking, boom, I get fired. I'm crying. ugly crying. Let me just tell you, Pam, ugly. You can't even control it. Yeah. In the midst of that, an idea comes to me. It says, but you know, you've got your aunt, C.N. Jika, 52 Stanhope Mansion, 60 Plain Street, Corner Plain and Wanderers. I'm going to Joburg. I'm so excited. I pick my little bag. We can go to the next slide. I pick my little bag. I catch a train. I saw a taxi, Kekud, to the main train station here in PE, right? I tried to buy a ticket to get to Joburg. This is about beginning of October, 1 or 2 October, 1992. Please, can I get a ticket to Joburg? They said the money is not enough. Because remember, I had 672 minus the taxi, I've got 60 odd rands. You know, I was there and my daughter says, so Baba, what happened when you said you didn't have enough money? I'm looking at Kanya. So first born, no Kanya, no Matemba, second born. So I said, Kanya, it was like something possessed me. I just said to him, where can this money take me? With a lot of agents, where can it take me? He says, okay, he's puzzled first because very few people arrive at buying a ticket. You've got your destination. Imalia shorter. You change. Hey, I'm not going to Bloemfontein. Hey. So he says, this can take you to Bloemfontein. Give me one ticket to Bloemfontein. Boom, I buy a ticket, off to Bloemfontein. Next slide. And so I learned something about myself. I'm a very optimistic person. We're going to close bringing what builds resilience. Optimism is one of them. So I was just optimistic. I'm just going to go. I'm young. I'm 20. I'm going to conquer the world. I must get to Joburg. I saw flames. In today's language, I saw flames. This is not my mansion. This is not my home in Bloemfontein. This is the Bloemfontein main train station, if you know Bloemfontein. This was home for me for 6 weeks. Welcome to homelessness. Put my little bag on the floor. It's my pillow. Lie down. Cover myself with cardboard as I got used to how do you survive as a homeless person. Camaraderie of other homeless people. Those days, in my door-to-door looking for work, Bloemfontein is big. You come across a bottle of Zamalek. Everybody knows Zamalek, right? You just went into a liquor store with it. Didn't even say, hey, put it on the counter, they take it, they give you money. Remember, it was a way of recycling. So you'd buy quarter brown bread, something to eat from that. And I'm looking for work. 2 weeks later, I find a job at a small fish and chip shop, very close to this train station here. All I can tell you about this job, Bafowet, the fringe benefits were just out of this world. And so I didn't spend a cent on food. And I made another crazy decision. You can see there's this optimism. I said to myself, but I actually set out to get to Johannesburg. I'm just going to remain homeless at the train station, wake up in the morning, freshen up in the toilet, and I go to work. Because I found this job, cleaning floors, washing dishes, taking trash out. I'm just a general laborer at a fish and chip shop. And I want to pause here and ask you, because we say this is about stories. This is about knowing yourself. How often do you settle for second best? I didn't set out to go to Bloemfontein. I was going to Johannesburg. How often do you change your destination? Comfort zone, things are going okay, not believing in your skills, in your potential, and you just settle for something. You look back, you say, but at the beginning, I don't know why I'm now here 10 years later except Bloemfontein. So for me, I was so determined. I just said, I need to carry on. And part of it was, I need to come back and look after my mom. I need to get a good job, because I was going through a lot, right, with just a relationship with my dad. And so, 21 November 1992, after just a month of working at these fish and chips, we're talking about beyond right. We're talking about empowering each other. My goodness, I stuck to my view, my vision. No, I quit my job for an address. Didn't have a job. I just had C.N. Jika, 52 Stanhope Mansions. You can go to the next slide. 52 Stanhope Mansions, 60 Plain Street, Johannesburg. 22 November, Shosholoza Mail. I told you it's got a lot of stories in trains. Overnight, I arrive in Joburg. Johnny come late to town. This big city. I had this idea. I'm just going to get there And there will be people say, do you want to work? Come. Do you want to work here? I get there. There are people struggling, you can see. What's going on? It's not as clean as this image I had. Anyway, I said, let me find stand-up mansions. It's not far from here. You can go to the next slide. 52 stand-up mansions. I found my aunt's place. It turns out my aunt, Christine Jika, is a domestic worker. At that time, November 1992, she is there at stand-up mansions. Only 3 days a week she was working. 2 daughters, Nomonde, Nomalungelo. They've got little ones of themselves. Her boyfriend, Ian, is a gardener. All these people are in a bachelor flat. You just went in the door. If you carried on, you're in the kitchen. The other door was toilet. This big space, they'd separated with curtains. So there's a little space for Ian and Auntie. There's a space for Nomonde and Nandipa, a little one. And there's Nomalungelo and Mzimas. My aunt says, which was very surprising. She says, okay, and by the way, let me just pause here. For those who don't know, we black folks, but for it, we just arrive. You are my relative. No, I'm going to tell you which part of the family I am. You must look after me in the big city. When I'm okay, I'll move out and maybe I can also help. Ubuntu. That's what we're talking about. We don't phone. You don't invite us. We arrive. Because we know you're in the big city. So I arrive. Auntie now is saying, hey, it's hard to get jobs in Johannesburg. I'm like, what? I can only feed you in the evening. You have to. She's like, I'm like, what? I'm getting a job tomorrow. This is job in my mind. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know job at CBD, I saw flames. Corner Plain and Wanderers, right? You go here, Plain, Wanderers, Small Street, Old ANC head office, Shell House. I know those places. Because I used to walk from there to Boysens, to GP, to Crown Mines, to Rossbank, by foot, seeing that sign that I showed you earlier. Rejection. You know the thing about being unemployed. It's not about not having the money and not eating. That's important. But the body adjusts. It's 3 things. 1, your human dignity. Every single day you go out and you are rejected, you are found not good enough, you come back, you doubt yourself. Right? It eats into your personal dignity, which leads into shame. Somebody spoke of shame. I'm ashamed. I find myself unemployed. And you blame yourself. And you know the danger of shame. You forget about all the good things about yourself. You narrow your mind on I am unemployed. You blame yourself. You forget good metric, loving parents, loving relationships. You are just a failure. And so every single day you are weighed down by shame. And it clouds your vision and your decision making. Number 3, society is very interesting. You're going every day to factories trying to find work. Relatives, family, society. They just want the end product. Having a job. The effort in between, they don't see it. And so you try, and you try, and you try, and people don't even know how much you're trying. Because the evidence is, do you have a job now or not? And for me, those are the things that weighed me down. And so I couldn't find work, fasted 6 weeks of my life. I arrived in Joburg 22 November 92, 3 January Sunday. I think the only way to say it is, in my mind I'm saying, your eyes are to my flat in. The temperature is high. He is unwanted. No one is saying, why is he here? He can't even find work. We can't feed him. I just decided, I say, Auntie, I'm moving on. I don't know if I was kind of joking or whatever. But I couldn't take it back. Sometimes you say it, you can't take it back. My aunt says, oh, okay. You can come and bath here. You can come and wash your clothes here. Meaning, you can go. I go from 52 stand-up mansions. The lift is not working. I'm crying all the way to 60. I get in front of stand-up mansion, and I just started crying. We spoke about emotions earlier, and this is ugly cry. I'm broke. I'm unemployed. I've just become homeless in Joburg. Regret. I left my job in Bloemfontein for this. In the midst of that, I just had a funny idea. He says, but you know where to go. And I knew. No one chases you at a train station. So I went to Park Station. This time, ladies and gentlemen, not 6 weeks. Bloemfontein was a dry run. 28 weeks, 7 months, me calling Park Station home. Downtown Joburg, I can tell you, Joburg Park, there's a big chessboard on the ground. I used to play there. You go 2 streets up, Smith Street, there's the Greek Orthodox Church. Corner Smith and Voromarans, there's the Christian Science Church. Methodist Church on Small Street. Universal Church of the Kingdom of God on Bree Street. I know those places. Because I used to walk and cry and struggle to find work. And that period taught me about one thing. Let's show you a couple of pictures, right? Then I want to bring it together. Let's just show you some pictures. Plain Street, you can go to the next one. Okay, there is my aunt's place, Stanhope. Back to unemployment in Joburg, you can go next. An interesting thing, this is still a shelter in Hillbrow. Turning point in my life. If you know Hillbrow Courtesy Street, I'm here, standing outside here. Your story matters. But not only your story, choices matter. We are free to make choices. We are not free from the consequences of our choices. I made a big choice. They come 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they used to take 100 people. I'm like 107. I don't go in this night shelter, which means no home meal, no bed, no shower. This is very close to Park Station. I'm walking there, tears in my eyes. I'm cry. I'm crying. And I get to Park Station. I lie down. And I said, I put my card box, I cover one with another one. And I said to myself, if I had gone in there, what was going to be my life about? About going early so that I make the cut, bathing, meal, and bed. How am I going to overcome homelessness if I'm here? I never went back. Choices matter. You can go to the next slide. So I never went back, learned a lot from that. Called Johannesburg this time, June of 1993. For about 2 weeks, we slept in the toilets at Carlton Center, trying to run away from cold Joburg. Then the security found us, chased this away. Next slide. Joburg Park. Lying down, you can go next slide. With any of those people, next, like that one, these are people trying to fight. I was one of those people. Between January 93 and July 93, just lying down. Learn to play chess. Let me tell you the turning points, and this talks to personal mastery, talks to resilience. So I'm there, first few months, I'm eager. I'm trying to overcome homelessness. I'm optimistic. January, February, I never went back to my aunt. I'm not bathing. I'm wearing the same clothes. You only use public toilets. It's a hard life. By April, I realized no one is going to hire me. I'm in a bad shape. And so I learned to play chess there. And magic happened. When I played chess, good game, I would say to myself, yeah, that was a good game. Right? If you can play chess this well, you can't be destined to be on the streets. Remember, you were good at school because I always used to get maths prizes. You were good at maths. You can't be destined. So positive self-talk builds resilience. Another one, I would sit on a bench and I say, I will get home one day and tell my mom and my granny, my maternal granny, her mom, how it was tough in Joburg, but I overcame. Believing in a possible future. Hope that Madiba spoke about. Those were some of the things that helped me when things were really tough. You can go to the next one. If you wonder, this is not me, this is Tsepo Julia, so 2 things, just to qualify. Your story is always with you. One day I'm running close to the Gibbs campus in Melville. I passed this young man. And I carry on running, maybe about 50 meters. And someone hits me. Your story is the lens with which you see the world. I'm saying, this is me. How can I pass this guy? I run back. I say, hello, tell me about yourself. I mean, you are full of energy. I used to be homeless like you. I know Lakeside Gibbs. He's just like, Baba, slow down. I go to ask him his name. Tsepo Julius Mofokeng used to rent a place just not far from here, Alexandra. He gets retrenched. He was a security guard. Boom, like any other South African. No emergency savings. Became homeless. Originally from Newcastle. 3 years when I met him, He had been homeless for 3 years. And I looked like him. 7 months, no bathing. 7 months, not brushing my teeth. 7 months of use of public toilets. Let me tell you what that does to you. There's danger on the streets and all these challenges. The biggest challenge, it's not food, it's not hunger, it's not danger. It's fighting a society that wants you to be invisible. Homeless people, we don't see them. Sawubona, I see you. We don't see them. We've got stereotypes on them. Uneducated, smoke glue, take drive, criminals. They chose life on the streets. Uneducated. And so your biggest challenge when you're unemployed, your biggest challenge when you are homeless, is fighting a society that wants you to be invisible. Think of any nation that has hosted the World Cup, FIFA World Cup. What have they done? They passed the homeless. They put them out of the sights of tourists. They want them to be invisible. So your biggest challenge, when you're going through struggles, you may be invisible. We can go to the next slide. So I was fighting being invisible. Then I rose. I overcame. I beat the odds. I escaped homelessness. How? I met Evelyn, who used to sell fruit and veggies, and she says to me, man, I see how you come and get food. So I used to go and stand either in Hillbrow, those old like me, you'd know, High Point, Fontana Roastery, 24 hours. Easy to get food, leftovers. And so I used to do that in and around Joburg to get food to eat. Evelyn sees me one day, corner plain and small. She says to me, you're always getting food like this. Tell me about your story. I tell you how I got homeless. She says, I'm going to help you. The first person to see me, I'm visible. I'm a human being. I'm on someone's child. Whether unemployed, whether broke, whether homeless. Something profound happened. That's got me on the streets. You may not know it. I have yet to find someone who says, when I grow up, I want to be poor. When I grow up, I want to be unemployed. When I grow up, I want to be homeless. There is no such person. Something profound happened in our stories, and we find ourselves there. So we must ask ourselves, what is our role in making others visible? And that's the amazing work we are talking about this evening. The disabled, the unemployed, as we heard from the panel. So Evelyn introduces me to selling fruit and veggies. She used to thank me when I used to pack her things and push her trolley to a flat. When I got to 50 rands, there's my first talk, July 93. Hey, before it, we all start somewhere. You know, I look at that picture. Hey, I look at Pam. Dr. Max. There is Dr. Max, where he started. Right? We all start somewhere. Can go to the next slide, last slide. And Dr. Max. Hey, do you like that one? Yes! Dr. Max started selling mixed fruit and mixed vegetables. The business grew. This is October, the other picture. I'm now employing, talk PEM, entrepreneurship. I'm employing other people in and around Joburg. 3 people plus my stand. I'm a small business. I beat the odds. I escaped homelessness. Last slide, I lied. This is the last slide now. Before I then decided, I'm doing well. I've got 800 rands in the post office, October 93. Let me take a sabbatical, Okay, I didn't know that word. But I made a choice. Choices matter. I start going to the library. This is Johannesburg Public Library on Simon Street. This is the newsroom. I started going to the newsroom. I hired another person. Choices matter. To sell at my stand. Guess what happened? In this library, I meet Mrs. Zimmerman one day. She says, I see you here all the time at the library. Tell me about yourself. In narrating my story, I say, I've got a bean meds. I really want to get a job where, I can go back home to help my mom. And she says, but you don't need a job. You need to be at university. Right now, go to West University on Jorison Street. When you are done, go to Betha Street, also in Braamfontein. Go to the South African Institute of Race Relations. Apply for a bursary. Did all that. Guess what? February 94. Yours truly. Democracy around the corner. I am first year student at Wits University, right? And so we learn. Everyone has a story. It's got ups and downs. Resilience is a skill to bounce back from obstacles, like a tennis ball, like that bamboo that doesn't break. What does it need? Optimism? It's going to be okay. Hope? It's going to be okay, even though it's tough now. It needs other people, social connections. Evelyn, Mrs. Zimmerman, other homeless people. To build this, you cannot overcome big obstacles like unemployment, being broke alone. Finally, it needs one of the most important qualities we have as human beings. What is that? We've got an amazing capacity of being honest about our reality. It's bad. I'm unemployed. I'm broke. I've been retrenched. Then, what Madiba told us, we also can be hopeful. We have that skill as human beings. Admit the brutal reality as it is and remain hopeful. It's going to be okay. That's resilience. That is personal mastery. I wish you all that. You have a story. It matters. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Make some noise. Let's hear it for the legend himself, Dr. Max.
Thank you.
A beautiful story from a beautiful man. Let's hear it one more time for Dr. Max, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I'm in awe. I'm in awe. Shaka even stopped drinking. Yo. Dr. Max! Thank you so much, Dr. Max. Thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us. Thank you for instilling a new sense of hope in us. You know, for making us understand that our circumstances don't determine our future. You know? And that we must never give up. Yo, I love how he portrayed resilience. Hey, Dr. Max has lived, guys. How? Shaka, would you live at Buck Station for 1 year, Shaka? Back to Natal. Back to Natal. So, ladies and gents, I think for now, because we've had such a heavy first half, you know, we had an amazing panel discussion, and I think Dr. Max just took us home with that beautiful, beautiful talk he just gave us. I think it's only fitting that we take a bit of a comfort break, stretch our legs, go to the bathroom. We've got some snacks outside. We also have a book that's outside that's by a phenomenal author who you're going to get a chance to meet. He is here, is available for signing if you'd like to get ahead of the line. Because there's going to be a queue. There's going to be a Home Affairs line after his talk, I'm telling you. So, ladies and gents, outside, some snacks, some refreshments. We do have a cash bar. If you need a top up, my brother. And then before we depart for our break, I think let's give it up to the panel. Let's hear it to the panel. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a man who makes being 51 look so amazing. Let's hear it for Dr. Max. All right, ladies and gents, we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Enjoy your break. Shaka. Wait, Gerry, ons wag vir jou hierso. My brother with the jacket that has a news article. Don't run away. Don't run away. Come in, breaking stories. Have a seat. All right. Just waiting. Lady with the Versace, have a seat. Aich, the lady with the fees must fall hat, have a seat. Wamkher, come in. Aich. Ay. Can see this jacket used to be a carpet. But through creativity. Shaka, we were waiting for you. My brother, have a seat. All right. Thank you, Papa. Aich, Malame Shaka is ready. Dr. Megs, you inspired a generation. Shaka is now drinking Stony. Aich! Dr. Megs! No ways! No ways! I am in awe of your work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have a fun-filled second half for today. So I'm glad you guys went out, stretched your legs, got something to eat, because now we turn things up a notch. We take it to the top. You know, one of the things I've always come in Sintauleng. Have a seat, oh Sintaulele. Thank you, Sintauleng. Can see that's month-end hair. It was moving with her as she walked in. Seat on the 15th of August. You know when it gets, even when you say no, it stays still. Okay. Have a seat, Nkabi. Have a seat, my brother. Have a seat, Nkabi. We are all entrepreneurs here. Have a seat, Mama. Have a seat. Nkasi next. Oh, okay. Yeah, bosses. I know who to not make fun of here. I know who the big bosses are. I know who's signing the checks here. I know. All right. So I think for me, ladies and gents, one of the things about being an entrepreneur is learning to deal with failure. I think if there's one thing, two things rather, that we fear the most is rejection, and I love how Dr. Max spoke about that. That even, working as a call center agent, they teach you that each no is a step closer to a yes. But that rejection, it haunts you. It makes you start looking at yourself like, something's wrong with me. They said no to my face. Then there's failure, right? And our next speaker is talking to that. Okay, that's not our next speaker. That's Shaka's order. Oh, Shaka, we had so much faith in you, my brother. I can see the bottle coming. Shaka, it's coming. Shaka. Sorry, Shaka. We are glad you are on the path, my brother. We are here for you, my brother. So, this next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who's going to teach us how to use our failure to our advantage. A lot of us don't understand that failure is necessary. It builds you. It's how you grow. My brother, being here today, Shak, you're successful, you have a polo neck. How many times did you fail to be here today? How many areas did you have to fail in to be here today? Right? Some of us equate failure to school. You know, one of the speakers earlier on said she had a mom and dad who taught her mom taught her how to read and write at the age of 4, but her mom only had a standard 1. To some people, being a standard 1 is a failure. But in this country, we had a president who had a standard 2. Imagine if he took that with him and carried it and said, I'm a failure, I only did this. Would he have been president? Yes, times are different now for us, Dr. Max, the youth of today, thanks to people like you. My parents, for them, success was me talking English. That's all they wanted. That's why when we were young, the moment they said we could go to Model C schools, my parents just dropped us at the gate and left. They didn't even prepare us for what's going to happen. They were happy we could get in. They dropped us at the gate and they're like, okay, bye. Come back and talk English, okay? Bye, bye. Imagine, they don't know this world. We don't. They just dropped us and left us there to figure it out for ourselves. So as a black child from Soweto, you can understand there were confusing things at this white school that didn't gel immediately. But we had to fail forward. I didn't understand things like idioms. He who laughs last laughs the last. Why? Why? I have a bone to pick with you. The first time my teacher said, I have a bone to pick with you, I thought she was inviting me on a date. I was bragging to my friends, gents, I can't play second break. I'm picking bones with my mama. It was rough. But you learn. You learn as you grow, you learn to use everything around you to your advantage. Your successes, your failure, your position, your gender, your ethnicity, your culture. You know? There's certain things in my culture, in my tradition that allowed me to navigate through school. You know what I mean? When things like, when we would miss days at school, and then we had to come up with excuses. I could say we had umsebenzi at home. I say I've lost you there. Umsebenzi basically translates to we had work. We had work at home, but not just any work, work of the ancestors. Yes, it's the underground gang who are up there. And it's a process, Uncle Harry. It's not just work. You have to slaughter to log in. Do you understand? People are getting used to Facebook now. We've had Facebook in our culture for years. Because you slaughter. The animal is a direct message. It's a DM that you are sending to your ancestor to say, hey, there's problems here we need to fix. But I'm sending you the message in here. So you slaughter the animal. And then for them to know that the animal is coming, you have to log into the Wi-Fi system. This is where SNAFE comes in, Malumelere. SNAFE is the Wi-Fi of the gods, Umkheri. I've lost you again, Umkheri. I've lost. SNAFE, Umkheri, is like a black people's version of cocaine. But instead of paying like 500 bucks for a gram, we pay 5 rand for half a kilo. Half a kilo. It comes in a small black container with a yellow or a green lid. And the thing is with SNAFE, is it's like taking a tequila shot in your nose. So when you have SNAFE, it's like, huh? Your brain is going sneeze, 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 but your face goes, not now. And all black ladies that takes them one logging in, Umkher. And you forget that you had snake, you carry on with life. 6 minutes later, yeah, out of nowhere. So that was one of the excuses we could use. We had umsebenzi. The other excuse that we could use to our advantage, being boys from the township, was that we went to the mountain, you know, for load shedding. The problem is with that excuse, you can only use it. I forgot that I had used it. I came to school very confident. My teacher was like, excuse me, sir, where have you been for the past 3 days? I was like, ma'am, I was at the mountains. She was like, again? And this is where to be quick on my feet. I was like, yeah, ma'am, I can reveal this thing is foreskin. So they cut 2 the last time. So I just went to finish the rest. It was... But we learn and we grow. And through the trials and tribulations of coming from 2 different worlds, we're able to journey into this life. We're able to take all the tools, all the lessons, and make it here. And today, we have someone who's exceptional at entrepreneurship. We have someone who's a legend at not just failing, but failing forward and learning to use failures to his personal advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who, by the way, has an MBA from the University of Birmingham. Did I say that right? In the United Kingdom, and has 25 years of entrepreneurship experience. He has successfully led businesses across various countries, such as South Africa, UK, France, Portugal, Spain, Czech Republic, Netherlands, Germany. Guys, can you hear these countries? Did anyone hear Swaziland? Lesotho, Zimbabwe, nothing. Euros and dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker's expertise lie in growth strategy, sales, channel development, project management, transformation, and business development. Ladies and gentlemen, author of New York Times best-selling in the future, The Young Entrepreneur's Playbook. Please put your hands together for, this is how much of a boss this guy is. He's my boss's boss. Aich! Ladies and gentlemen, Shani Zantla, put your hands together. Give it up for the one and only Lindile Koko!
Molweni. Ninjani? Ndiyavuya unibona. Ndicela uzazise. Ndinguzikhali ke mna. Umqoqo. Umbizana kodwa uyayipheka inkomo. Qhaqhaqa umazinyo amhlophe. Ndizalwa intombi yaseMampingeni. Nditshate noManyosi. Ukhwange. Icubele likraqrayo. Alichaya nazibhokhwe, lichaya kuzikhali qha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lindile Koko. That's the translation, by the way.
That was for you, Uomkhere. That's what he was saying in the first part. All those things. You know, Venek has a lot of words to say one thing.
It is an absolute privilege for me to be with you here today, and it would be remiss of me not to thank Pam. Ma'am, you are an absolute hero. I've always said this to you. What you've done here this evening is absolutely incredible, and your future is incredibly bright. Can we all please give her a round of applause? Good evening to the people that are online. I'm hoping the stream is quite clear and you can hear this quite well. So let's get to the business. I'm going to talk to you about entrepreneurship, but not just that, the route to success, walking through failure. I'll tell a little bit of my story, but I'll infuse it with some nuggets for you to actually reach your heights of success. So let me start with questions. You all look successful, so I'm certain you are. But who, by a show of hands, would like more success? Just by a show of hands. Okay, great. So I'm talking to the right people this evening. Let me first share the macros of our country. Who knows, if South Africa was a business, who knows how much revenue the country makes? If revenue is GDP, in actual dollar amounts. Who can give me a dollar amount? By a show of hands, you can shout it to me. Who knows this? If you don't know, you need to know this thing because it affects every day of our lives. I'll whittle down to how we operate every single day. I'll see, there's Google there. I'll share it with you if you don't know. Our revenue as a country is $419 billion. Right? So that's one statistic. Who knows our debt in the country? How much debt do we have as a country? How much? You call the number? How much? I'll share it with you. It's $297 billion. That's our debt in the country. We know our GDP growth is 0.3%. Per capita in a country is an average of how much the people that are earning earn. And I'll tell you what that number is. It's 286,600. That's the average earnings of the people that earn in the country, therefore contributing to GDP per capita. We used to be number one in the continent when it came to GDP. The growth as well as the per capita, we're no longer that. So we are in decline. I'm going towards a point, and I'll share what this point is for you. Here's an easy one then for you. Another question. How many people does this country employ? And let's take our population is averaging 60. We're waiting for the census to come out. So let's say 60 million is how many people are in the country, give or take. How many people do we employ as a country? As I remember again, we're treating the country as if it's a business. Ma'am, you had it? 5 million. A little up, someone said 7 million. How many people in numerical terms do we employ? No, a little up. Someone said 20, it's a little lower, so let me share it with you. It's 15.6 million that this country employs. 15.6 million, that's 26% of our population. That's how many people we employ. Those are the people that are paying tax. Again, I'll share this one. I'm not going to ask it as a question. But here's an interesting statistic for you. 9.8 million people are employed by SMEs. Of that 15.6, 9.8 million are employed by small businesses. Small businesses in this country, thank you. So this country runs off the back of entrepreneurs, and I see there's a lot of you here tonight. This country runs off the back of entrepreneurs. That's 63% of our employment is from small businesses. 63% is from small businesses. That's how important this sector is. The small business sector contributes 40% to the GDP. Of that 419 billion that I spoke about, dollars, 167.8 billion dollars comes from entrepreneurs and small businesses. I like numbers because they give us context. We need businesses to continue to grow, so I'll then share a little bit of my story of how I've traveled through entrepreneurship. And I like when I share with people, and I like to empower young people, I share the failures because success is a poor teacher. So I typically share my failures. There's some ages that are important in my journey. It's 12, it's 15, it's 18, it's 23, it's 31. I might look older than Dr. Maggs, but I'm young. I'm 41 years of age, if you couldn't guess. I'm 41. My role currently, I'm the CEO of Prime Media Broadcasting, as well as the Group Chief Revenue Officer of Prime Media as a group. Prime Media Broadcasting has 4 radio stations, 947, 702, KFM in Cape Town, Cape Talk, as well as Eyewitness News. Across the group, we have Prime Media Studios, which produces Dylan O'Deal, as well as The Masked Singer. Give him a round of applause, and Post, The Masked Singer. Which is currently, by the way, the #1 show on SABC in the country. So absolutely amazing, and due to the man there at the back. So absolutely wonderful, Mpo. You're doing an amazing job. We also have our outdoor business as well as our retail businesses, and we are branching out into even growing this into a juggernaut. But my story, my pivotal point started at the age of 12. And this is where my mother gave me the best gift, because that's when she kicked me out of the house. I was born in Epizana in the Eastern Cape. My mother had this conversation with me, pivotal to who I am today. She said, when you turn 18 and you've gone up to the mountain, essentially you'll be a man. I need you to be out of my house. You no longer live here. You must learn to stand on your own 2 feet. So that's at the age of 12. So I had to mentally condition myself that when I'm 18, I'll be standing on my own 2 feet. So I need to figure out, how do I do this and survive in the world? Best gift that she's ever given me. Tough love. When I was 15, I used to do chores to make extra money. I bought myself a small camera, Fujifilm camera, for $100 at the time. And in my high school, I used to take photos of all of the sporting codes and the players. And I used to go and wash them, get them printed. This is when we still had film. You're too young, guys, so you don't know what I'm talking about. There used to be dark rooms and all of that, so we'd get the pictures made, and I'd go back to school and sell the photos. And imagine you're young, you're playing rugby, you've got an action shot. This is before everyone had cameras on their phones. And I started to make money. People were playing hockey or whatever sports. They started to buy because they were seeing themselves captured in action. I then started to figure out, I can actually make some money. I moved on from that. I bought myself a scanner so I could make posters of those photos. They bought them. I made T-shirts for them. They bought them, and I'm like, okay, there's a formula here. So that's at the age of 15. I started to fail young because I was trialing and error. And before that, I was trying a couple of things that were not working out. When I was 18 years old, I then went to go enroll at university to go study engineering. My mother gave me registration as well as an agreement. She said, I'm going to give you a monthly allowance of 100 rands a month. This is your startup kit. This is for groceries. This is for transportation. This is for food, for everything, for clothes, absolutely everything is centered around this. And of course, including school fees. That would not have been enough for that. So, and I used to walk to school from home. This is in Cape Town. I stayed in Woodstock in a rough area when Woodstock was still rough, not now. So now it's quite hip. You find the best restaurants there. But back then it was quite rough. I stayed in a commune, and when the taxi to campus was R2.50. But because I didn't have a lot of money, I'd walk out the house. There'd be guys standing outside the house. There was a shop opposite the commune I stayed in. And they said, hey, bro, do you have an eentjie? And a cigarette at the time was 50 cents. Remember, the taxi fare is R2.50. So I used to have to pay a toll, pay this 50 cents, so that no harm comes to me, the little that I had, so they wouldn't harm me or take whatever I had. So I used to walk to campus every single day, as well as back. Because when I come back, same question, I have to pay my toll fees. My bro, Scaife, I'd have to pay my 50 cents. But a blessing came from that. So I used to walk past a Vodacom store every single day at dealership. Every single day, there used to be a gentleman that used to stand outside of it. But every time I'd passed this store, it was empty. There were no clients inside. I introduced myself to him one day after I'd been walking up and down for a while. And I said, my name is Lindy Lago on campus up top. I'm an engineering student. He said, my name is Mike. And I said, Mike, I notice every time I pass you don't have clients. I think I can help you. Of course, he laughed at me because I'm a young kid, right? Scruffy hair. How can you help me? And I said, how about I take some of your devices from here and go sell them on campus? He said, but I don't know who the hell you are. How can I trust you that you're not going to take my stock? Then that's where I learned the power of influencing people and getting the decision you want from them. After some convincing, he said, I'm going to give you a trial. I'm going to give you 4 refurbished phones. They were not new. Back in the ages of 3310s, the 62, all of those. He said, I'll give you these 4 refurbished phones, and let's see if you can do anything with them. I went on campus. I sold all 4. I went back to him. At the end of the day, I gave him the money. He was very impressed and surprised, and he said, this is wonderful. He then took $100 off each of the phones that I had sold as rebate for me, as an incentive to then say, well done. We can have an agreement now. And we shook. We didn't sign any papers. He said, when you walk by to campus, pick up a few. Then when you come back, drop off the money. He gave me $400. He didn't know that I had already applied a margin on what retail price he had given me in the morning. I didn't tell him. I kept the money. Which means that I had $800 that I'd made in a single day. For me, that was the change of my fortunes, right? Over time, I do this every single day. By word of mouth, people on campus, as well as other campuses, started to know that if you need a cell phone hookup, there's a guy with scruffy hair, crazy hat. I won't share what my nickname was at the time. And therefore, I started to make money that I can pay school fees, and I moved into a better apartment. And as I said, I was studying engineering. So as I progressed, I started to now learn how to build machines. The ages of the Pentium 3s, computers, Pentium 3s and Pentium 4s. I'm sharing my age here with you. You're too young. You don't know what a Pentium 3 is, right? I started to build for students. As I said, this was not the age where there was a lot of cell phones or a lot of computers. So students coming from where I came from, one, did not have a computer, didn't have a cell phone. So I had a market. So I started to build machines for them, and I'd sell them to them. But due to the cell phones that I was selling, I made enough cash flow that I could finance students to buy their computers, because those were a little bit more expensive. I could build it for them, I'll give it to them, and then I'll collect over 3 months, or whatever the payment arrangement was. But because I had a reputation on campus, I never had an issue with collecting. One of my other nicknames, because I was quite big at the time, because I was playing rugby, was Passenger 57. Do you guys know that movie? Because I'm dark, and I used to be able to discipline people at the time. So I never had any problems with collections. So therefore, I made enough money. And I was young at the time, still also trying to impress girls before I was married to that beautiful lady there. And I used to buy nice clothes. So people would see the end game of what I looked like. This is back when Hilton Wayner was still in the country. So imagine a 19-year-old kid wearing Hilton Wayner from top to bottom on campus. And therefore, there was another nickname that came around. They called me Cheese Boy, because they thought that I came from money. So I never I never then corrected them. I thought, okay, that's fine. So that's 18. I then went into the formal trade, took employment with Nokia at the time. Fast forward to the age of 23. I've worked now as a technical person in these environments. At age 23, I then decide, let me start my own company. Formally, I've been informally trading to sustain my life at a specific time, and now I was moving into the formal space. So I registered a company, didn't have a lot of money, bought myself a computer, ordered a telecom line, and this is important for all you entrepreneurs. The advice is just start. Wherever you are, with whatever you have or don't have, just start. Got myself an office, didn't have the money for rent, to pay that office, and I was fully set up. I had a registered entity, it had everything. Then I didn't even have a clear product at the time. I then remember walking into Newlands before MTN bought Verizon. So many, many years ago, in the middle of the 2000s, there used to be an American company in South Africa called Verizon Business. MTN later bought Verizon Business, and that turned into MTN Business as we know it today. And I'll tell you the full circle moment that comes from that. I then went to them and I said, I'd like to sell your products, Verizon that is. And they said, who are you and what have you done before? And again, the power of influencing people, because I had no track record whatsoever. I then signed a supplier agreement with them and I said, I'll sell your products. I then jumped on a call, made pamphlets, said I had this product, and started to cold call a lot of people with a lot of no's. Then again, power of convincing people. I convinced one client to give me a try. I said, I'm new, you'll be my first client. Can you give me a try? And they said, okay. Can I give you a brief and a specification of what I need? I said, yes. Sitting by myself, I scribbled. A lot of what they were asking for, I did not even have. But I said, I'll get it right to you. Put the phone down. I started to call around. How do I build this solution for this client? I started to call around. I called Duxbury at the time. I called 3Com. And I started to stitch together the solution that the client wanted. The most important thing there is I listened to what the client needed. And then I responded, and then I installed. That was my first client. That means that I can have a testimonial. 18 months later, we had employed 90 people in that company, yielding a revenue of 70 million and an EBITDA of 35 million before the age of 25. A few months later, this is in the book, by the way, so there's much more detail than I'm telling you now. A few months later, it was a catastrophic failure. I failed dismally. There was some takeover. It's in the book, so I'm not going to share the details with you. And then completely bust. I was completely bust after that. I could have decided at that time that, okay, this is it. But then I thought, okay, I need to go back to school and study more. So I enrolled at Gibbs, and I studied postgraduate marketing. As a person who'd been studying engineering and practicing it, you understand that as an engineer, and Gert there, Pops will understand this, because I know Ray, you'll understand that engineers look down upon marketers, Andy, because we thought that was fluffy. But I enjoyed it. I thrived at it, and then I started to consult. So I picked myself up again. I started to consult because it's the power of influencing again. One of the companies absorbed me. So when I was 31, I then made a decision that I want to go study in the top 100 MBA schools in the world. But I didn't have the money for it. I took the Financial Times top 100 MBA schools in the world. I first looked at the top couple of schools. In there is INSEAD, the usual suspects. It's INSEAD, it's AE, all of those great MBA schools in Europe as well as in US. I called them up, they gave me their fees. The top 5 are like, okay, I can't afford any of these. So I moved away quickly from that. I closed my eyes, and I did that in the middle of the page, and I landed on Birmingham at the time, which was number 57 at the time. I called them, and the school fees at the time were £20,000 sterling, excluding living costs and all of those things that I said. Call them, said, I'd like to enroll. I didn't have the money at the time. They said, after a couple of things, they accepted, and then I started to call people to raise money. In my Gmail, I still have it, I keep it because it's a good reminder for me. I emailed and called over 5,000 companies in this country, and they all said no. And it's still on email, trying to raise funds to go study. Promising them when I come back, I'll plow my skills back into the organization. So for all of you human capital people, sometimes it's good to consider that and those type of things. They all said no. I even reached out to the president, is how desperate I was at the time. Everyone said no. And then, again, the power of influencing people, I figured it out, and then I went to go study my MBA at the University of Birmingham. One of the best experiences of my life. Fast forward to today. So for all those who did not hear, who paid for my school fees? I eventually called the university, and I said, I need to apply for a visa. So when you go study abroad, for you to get a student visa, you need to have everything in place. You need to have the funds in place, and the living monies in your bank account, and. And I said, time is approaching. I'll be honest, I don't have the money. I don't have the money. Is there anything I can do to raise it? They said, there's a scholarship fund that we've got. It's difficult to get into, but perhaps you can try for it. It required me to write a paper. And I remember this topic because I still use it to this very day. The topic was write about Michael E. Porter's shared value. Modisa spoke about ESG. It's essentially that way back in the days before ESG was fashionable. Shared value. It's this notion that a company must have objectives that are bigger than itself, that are altruistic in nature, even though it still has commercial interest of success so that it sustains itself. Shared value. So the business must do good, but be good at what it does. I wrote that paper, and I was very passionate because I do come from a shared value environment, and therefore that's what got me in. So they finally paid for my tuition, 100% tuition, so I was blessed to finally get in. But here's another blessing. When I got to campus, they then called me the day I arrived, and they said, can you come to the enrollment office? And I said, yes. They said, we've got a very nice gift for you because we're going to give you a small stipend to help you out, which was about £295 sterling, which is a lot of money for me. So that added with the savings that I had made, I was able to do that and be able to study after many tries. And then fast forward to today. So a couple of years ago, 4 years ago to be precise, myself and my wife were blessed to bring in Kawe into the world. My son is 4 years old. So after having traveled this journey, I then thought that I need to download my journey in a way that perhaps my son and everyone else who's willing to navigate life can be able to access this. I then minted this journey, my failures and my successes, into what is called the Young Entrepreneur's Playbook. using failure as a shortcut to success. It starts from beginning. It can teach you how to start a business, how to grow and scale a business, and eventually how to even exit a business where you can sell it. It's a full 360 degree, which is our journeys that I've traveled. At a certain point in my life, I used to run a business in Europe. Two. One, I took it over when it was declining 30% year on year. And I apologize for the numbers. I'll try to slow them down a little bit. It was declining 30% year on year. And a year that I'd been there, because of my experiences of failure, I was able to turn it around so that it was growing 50% year on year in the space of 12 months. Excuse me, let me just get a sip of water. And that's when I knew that because of my engineering background, my entrepreneurial background, I've got a unique ability of hypergrowth, growing organizations. All you need to do is to give me an outcome. I'll be able to achieve it, whatever it is. That's my blessing. And I'll teach you that today. So I've got the art of winning behind me, and I'll show you exactly how to start, grow, scale sustainable organizations. Be it you are employed in an organization, or you have your own, or you've got your side hustle. I'll be able to assist you to do that. As I said, I'm at Prime Media in 2 capacities. Even that's unusual. I've got 2 jobs in a group company as well as a BU company. In less than 12 months, I was able to drive growth in that organization to grow by 30% in less than 12 months. The organization that I work with Mpho, we started it, interestingly. I launched it at the Sandton Convention Center, 27th of August last year, Prime Media Studios. I was on stage. Penny was there when I was introducing Prime Media Studios. And I was sharing with the world that we'll be broadcasting Deal or No Deal. We'll be broadcasting The Masked Singer. And it's less than a year ago. All of those are in place. And we've got 50 more that are lined up. That's that ability of starting something from nothing and be able to make it a huge success. We've got 2 of the most successful shows in the country today in less than a year. And you're in luck because I'll share with you exactly how to do this. So the art of winning, I was hoping for a clicker. So Andre, you'll have to help me drive this. So let me get into the masterclass. So I've shared a little bit of my story as Dr. Maggs had shared it. Everyone has a story. So I decided just for context, let me share mine with you. So let's get into the masterclass. How do you actually do this, what I do? Most of it is in the book, but some of it is new, because I'll share some examples with you. So let's go, Andre, to the first slide. At the heart of what I do, at the heart of success is simplicity. When you simplify how you view your organization, your business, you simplify how everyone else, including your customers, see the value that you offer them. Success is simple. Here's the advice. Success is not only for a select few. Success is open source. It's available to absolutely everyone, as long as you know how to get it, and you can reverse engineer. Put a goal of whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. I'll then share how to move from where you are to where you need to go. It starts with simplicity. Simplify everything. And this is in the book in chapter 5. Andre, on to the next slide. Organizationally, this is what you do. Define what your value is. The value must be at the very core of what you do. As I said, people will come to you as long as you provide value to them. So always have more value, because people will be attracted to it. Once you've identified your value, and I'll share what the operating model of success is going to be, and I'll simplify it in really simple terms for you. You must build an organization around it. This is what I've got to offer. And everyone has something to offer. Every single person in this room and that's online, you've got something that's unique that no one else can offer but you. Because by the very nature that you're an individual, there's something unique about you, and therefore there's a value. And therefore, everyone can reach every height of success they've got. but then build a vehicle of how to take that value to the person that needs it the most. So build an organization around it. Outside of that, you must build a community. So you got value, you are organized to take it to where it needs to be, build a community around it. Not just clients or customers, build a community, because a community helps you. A couple of people have spoken about Ubuntu. If you are honest about where you are and what you're trying to achieve, when you build a community around it, they'll help you even though it's not complete. There's a lot of companies that started, and before even they had a product, they had clients and people paying them money. And then after that, you must define what the full potential, full market of that around is. Because whatever you do, all you need to do is to sell one of them. Once you've sold one, you can sell 10. Once you've sold 10, you can sell 1,000. That's how growth is achieved. Once you've sold 1,000, you can sell 10,000. You start to grow from there. All you have to figure out is how to get to that outcome. Andre? And here's the business model. And I'll share an example when I'm talking about this, who actually articulated it very well. It's in 1996. Steve Jobs has just come back into Apple to start its next journey. And he was starting a campaign that was called Think Different. That's where that video, and go watch this, is truly inspiring. The Crazy Ones, that video, that advert, it comes from there. Think Different, when he was explaining his marketing strategy, he said marketing is not about this. It's actually about this. It's about the heart. Must be heart-led. And he then said there's 3 routes to market, 3 routes to success when you've got a business. A clearly defined value, even as an individual. Define what your value is, what your story is, as Dr. Megza said. What is your value? Number 2, distribution. How do you take it from me to the person that will need it? Close proximity. Let me share just an example about distribution. The guys that mastered distribution that most companies are copying from is Coca-Cola, because they had a big objective and a big ambition, because they said, we would like Coca-Cola to be at arm's length of every single individual in the world. And guess what? They've achieved it. Because look, in your tables, everyone is at arm's length to a Coca-Cola. Valpre is a Coca-Cola product, by the way. I see you looking. It's a Coca-Cola product. And everyone must learn from Coca-Cola in terms of how to build distribution models. And I'll share exactly how here. Marketing. Because this is how you then communicate, Andy, that this is the value I've got. This is the path of you getting it. I've got a store here, I've got an online store. This is how you get it. Therefore, marketing is communicating that. Let's look at Barbie. Barbie, $140 million to produce the movie. I think we all know by now how much they spent on marketing, right? How much? That's right, 150 million. 140 million to produce it. They then spend another 150 million to advertise. Go Google Barbie right now. Your screen turns pink. My son's school says he must dress up as Ken tomorrow. And that's the prevalence of good marketing. Good marketing makes for successful products. Marketing even makes success a bad product. Even if you've got a bad product, if you market it well, you'll be successful. And then the fourth one is customer experience. Find your X. How does, and I'll talk about it in greater detail just now in terms of giving you an example, customer experience. And I see there's a lot of human capital people that are in the room, so the fifth one is actually important because it underpins everything else, culture. And I'll talk about that a little bit later as well, because culture is the posture of the organization, so that even when you're not looking at the scrutiny, it does what it needs to be. It's the values that underpin the organization. I mean, there was talk of toxicity in certain environments. That's because the values are misaligned to the goals of the organizations, but most importantly, they're misaligned to the culture of the individuals. In MBA, business school, they'll call that psychic distance. Psychic distance, guys, is the distance between my culture as Lindile Gogo from Bizana, as well as the organizational culture. Does the organization realize who I am, what I am, and how I navigate and view the world? The further it is, the more disruptive it is for the organization and the individual. So one must learn to get the psychic distance closer. Dr. Max spoke about this. Must learn to see people, meet them where they are and who they are, not necessarily who we want them to be, culture. And then every organization must have a growth complex. You must intend to grow. Every time I walk into a project or an organization, my outlook is always to grow. The goals that I take are never less than 30% growth. In a recession, in a tough market, in a declining market, or anything, the intention is always to get double-digit growth. Andre, next one. So simplify. When you simplify your life, you take out the clutter and the complexity. Simplicity is absolutely critical. Next slide, please, Andre. So simplifying, for example, is to know the importance of a client, because that's who hires and fires us, right? So here's what the statement is. There's only one boss. It's the customer. And the customer can fire everybody in the company, including myself as the CEO, from the chairman all the way down, simply by spending their money somewhere. So as an entrepreneur, one must know that. But there's three things that when you're putting your operating model together is solve for X, right? What is it that you actually do? That value that you must define. Why do you do what you do? That's actually the most important part. And Steve Jobs said it, and Simon Sinek said it. Don't necessarily appeal to this, appeal to this. But then define how. That's the operating model. How do you actually do what you do? Next slide, Andre. So in terms of distribution models, there's many. So I'll teach you just 3 to 4 of these in terms of what you can. Distribution is if you've got a product or products and you've got one store, that one store, you've got one distribution model. Next slide, Andre. If you've got a store and a website, you've got a multi-channel. You've got 2 channels, and then many, many channels. And there's many. Coca-Cola does many. They have stores, they've got distribution partners, all of those type of things. So you either have one channel, multi-channel, and because I've been in this industry for very long, about 15 to 20 years ago, multi-channel became fashionable, and that was quite good, because there was this need to have multiple touch points for the client, because your product must be as close as possible to the client, and that's where multi-channel came in. But then with the advent of technology came omni-channel. Omni-channel, it means that I can start a transaction somewhere and I can finish it elsewhere, and the system knows exactly who I am. So we became more integrated, essentially. And today we've got Opti-channel. Penny, what Opti-channel is, that as it's individualized. I've got a channel that actually knows who I am and actually is suitable for my needs and my circumstances, so that my product is convenient. It does that thing that's called convenience. So it finds you exactly where you are. If you're not using AI today already, or considering it, you are in the state of decline. You must use AI. Next slide, please. So if you then look at these 2 images, on this side, it was better because this is multi-channel. You've got multiple channels. On the right-hand side, if you can see, you've got optimization. And that's where you need to be as an organization. If you're not that, you're not touching as nearly the market that you could possibly touch. Next slide, please, Andre. So in terms of marketing is really important, and I'll share now another story and a case study that's interesting. So everyone knows Red Bull, right? Do you guys know Red Bull? Do you know how they became successful? So go to the next slide and I'll share the Red Bull story. So the founder of Red Bull bought this product from the Far East, And he insisted that they don't change the taste. It was an energy drink. They don't change the taste. If you notice, it's a very unique taste, and especially when you started to drink it. And they didn't want to change that because they wanted, when you drink it, you must know that it'll have an effect. And hence, and for me, I don't particularly enjoy the taste. They wanted it to be that way, but when they launched it, it was not hugely successful. How did they make it successful? In the UK, what they did in clubs and pubs, they'd go to bins, and they fill up bins with empty cans of Red Bull, and they'd be pouring outside the bin. Just to have this mental image in your mind. They'd have this empty, outside every club, outside every pub, and what were they building? They were building FOMO, because everyone would notice that, oh, so everyone is actually drinking this. I need to have a taste of this. That was quite smart from them. And therefore, they built this FOMO. That was the start of the FOMO marketing. And that's how then this became successful. So always think outside the box when it comes to marketing. And it's absolutely critical, as we've said about Barbie as well. So think about that. Next slide, please, Andre. And customer experience. As I said, that's the fourth element. Seamless processes. That's really important. I'll share my personal journey. So I think it's a Netflix one. Go to the next slide, please. So it's this notion that in 2023, going into 2024, you must move and operate at the speed of currency. What do I mean by this? Way back in the spice trade, ships would move from the UK all the way to India. They'd take months and sometimes years. That was the speed of the currency, right? And therefore it was slow, it took months. But today, we've got digital. When you order an Uber, you hail, it pings you in a few seconds to then say the driver is on its way. It's instant gratification. You know that a vehicle is coming to you. When you sign up at a subscription, you get access to it immediately. Instant gratification. So one, in this modern age, must move at the speed of currency. If you're moving at a slower speed than currency, you're not going to catch the client. And here's the example of customer experience. This talks to agility and client experience. Go to the next slide, please. So here's my experience with Netflix, way back. This is in 2012, 2013. I sign up for a trial on Netflix. I like it. I start to pay. It was a nominal fee. I start to pay, I use it. After a couple of years, I have to come back into the country, to South Africa. I was living in the UK at the time. I have to come back into the country, so I cancel my subscription. Because I knew there was a firewall that wouldn't allow me to use Netflix when I got back home because it was not available yet. And I got an email, sorry to see you go, Mr. Kloko. Okay. A call came through a minute or so later. Of course, they butchered my surname, Mr. Zoko. Sorry to see you go. Is there any reason that you'd like to share with us as to why you're canceling with us? I said, yes, I'll be very honest with you. I'm going back home to South Africa, and you don't have Netflix there. They said, we completely understand. They said, we'll share something that not a lot of people know. We'll be launching in South Africa soon. We can't tell you the date at this particular stage, but when we do, we're going to give you a special rate. Are you interested? I said, yes, I am. We left it at that. But it was seamless. My cancellation process was seamless. My sign-on was seamless. My usage was seamless. And me canceling was seamless. Customer experience. I enjoyed it. So before the publications came out to then say Netflix is launching, they sent me an email. Good news, Mr. Kloko. Netflix will be launching in 3 months. We would like to give you the special rate that we had promised you. I said, great. And years later, and I was on this rate, 80 rands a month is the rate that I pay. And years later, when people are getting increases, I still don't get an increase like most people do on Netflix because of that decision I made all those years ago. That's customer experience. And they've got a customer for me for a long time or for life. That's sell at the speed of currency. Client experience is important. Next slide, please, Andre. So agility is a competitive advantage. If you can move faster than your competitors, you've got an edge, especially in a country where client experience is sometimes not as prized. Agility is a competitive advantage. Ma'am, so you're writing a note there. Do you know what a competitive advantage is? By definition. Can I share it with you? I will. So how you define a sustainable competitive advantage, you have to identify competencies in your organization. You must then graduate the competency into a competitive advantage. There's a methodology of how you can do this. You do it through VRIO. Is the competency valuable to the client and myself as an organization? If it's yes, that's a tick. Is it rare? Tick. Is it imitable? Is it difficult to imitate? Yes. O. The O is, am I as an organization organized to take advantage of that competency? If it's a yes, you've got a competitive advantage. A competitive advantage is your ability to navigate your micro environment and your macro environment successfully, that you're better than your competitors. So how you then do a competitor analysis, you use the VRIO model by saying, what competencies do they have that I don't have? But a competency is just that. It's perishable. You must graduate your competencies to competitive advantages through the VRIO model. It's in the book. Next slide, please, Andre. Culture. The human capital people in the room will enjoy this one. There are a couple of pillars to culture. I'm a proponent of culture, but I'll share a story with you first as to why culture is important. And this is an example I share. Gillian will know exactly what I'm talking about because I've shared this exact example. I enjoy rugby. I used to play it. I enjoy heavyweight boxing. To the ladies, I apologize, it may sound brute. I enjoy watching it, not actually performing it. And in 1987, there was a heavyweight bout. You don't know anything about this, man. You're too young. There was a heavyweight bout. A challenger was Mike Tyson, the young Mike Tyson. He was challenging Mike Spinks, who was a champion at the time. And Mike Tyson came out of the locker rooms. Mike Spinks was already in the ring. Mike Tyson came out. He never used to wear a robe like boxing people wear. He was sweating as if he had already come from a heavyweight boxing match. He was not wearing socks. He was wearing black shoes, black trunks, and they come out to music boxers typically. But this time he came out to sounds, clanking sounds of metal. And he looked very intimidating. He got to the ring, and what he did was he stared his opponent down, didn't flinch. All he says in his documentary, I was looking for one thing, which was the moment, flicker in his eye where he looked away at the glimpse. That's the moment that he lost the fight, before any punches were thrown. Now, this also speaks to culture, because culture speaks for you even before you get there, before you get to the outcome. And next slide, please. So, one, define the cause, and it must be bigger than the individual, bigger than the organization. Shared value. What is the cause that the organization is battling for once the value is defined? What are the values that underpin this cause in this organization, and how do they align to the people in the organization in order to get there? Number three, what are the dynamics in the team? It's good to pair people with the various skills, so team dynamics. Number four, Kaizen, which is the Japanese notion of continuous improvement, of being better today than you were yesterday. So Kaizen is really important. Now the fifth one is really important, information and communication. What people do sometimes in organization is hold on to information because that's their currency to influence and power. That's how toxicity is created. It's okay to over-communicate because that's empowerment. Inform and communicate. Because with that, you empower the people to make the decisions as well as get the outcomes that you're looking for, because there's trust in the system. The next point is enable. My role as a CEO or as the Chief Revenue Officer is to move ahead of the people that are in my employ, and I remove obstacles from them so that they can thrive and be successful. My one job, critical job, is to remove obstacles and create an environment that's conducive to success. Once I've done that, I then get out of the way. If all of those are checked, I get out of the way because then it creates empowerment and trust as well as objectives to be met. Next slide, please. Let me share a case study around culture and agility. And this is my last one that I'll share. Airbnb during the lockdown. Everyone knows who Airbnb is. It's letting your house or your apartment for some other people to stay. Hard lockdown, people were not traveling, so they couldn't actually get to those places to lease or rent those places. What they did around April, they announced that they were pivoting their business strategy. And at this time, they were making a lot of revenue, but still not profitable as an organization, ever since inception. They then made a pivot in April of that year, and they said, we're moving our organization to experiences to suit where we are in the climate. They started to grow so much that they ended up listing in one of the biggest listings in the New York Stock Exchange in October that year. The agility to be able to move was driven by the culture of that organization to be innovative, but also to be adaptable and have agility. Most companies would have failed. And I just wanted to leave that with you. In the book, I also then talk about it's easy to create revenue. Success is not hard if you've got the science of knowing how to make it. And it's clearly laid out in very simple terms. People think that generating revenue and growing organization is hard. I'm here to tell you that it's actually fundamentally easy. If all of us can learn how to start, grow organizations, we can employ more people. There's a gentleman that spoke in the panel earlier on that said something that's distressing, that we've got 72% youth unemployment in the country. That segment is about 25 million people. Just take a calculator and calculate what 72% of that is. If, as a country, we do not create organizations, we do not grow organizations, even if you are employed, then this country is in for some problems in the future. Because if 14,500 people every single year are unemployed, getting out of universities, they're not finding employment, what do they say about idle hands? These things are connected. Unemployment, crime as a knock-on effect, and we're a country of many pandemics, unfortunately. GBV, another pandemic. All of these things have a knock-on effect. And Pam said it when she opened up, and I love that statement. And I want to say it to you and just remind you. No one is coming to save us. But I want to say it to you individually. It's all up to you. No one is coming to save you. It's all up to you. And therefore, if this country is going to change, we need to stop depending on the government and thinking that a government is going to do something about it, because we're a country of approximately 60 million people. How many people are in government? And who's to say they've got the influence to change? Because it's been proven up until this stage that we're in decline. Our infrastructure is problematic. Employment is problematic. Economy is problematic. What are you looking for? It's all up to you. I said 63% of this country runs off the back of entrepreneurship. You can be an entrepreneur individually, in an organization, to grow these organizations so that we can employ more people. It's not up to anyone else. No one is going to do this for us. It's up to us. And hence I preach entrepreneurship, because this country's growth, this country's future depends on entrepreneurship if we're going to get it to where we need it to get to. And therefore I implore you, if you need help, I'm hugely accessible. on LinkedIn, and you've got a book there that's a manual. If you can make an impact, please try to do so. Our country needs you. Our families need you. The future needs you. And that's my time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Half man, half amazing. Mr. Lindile Koko. Mr. Zogo, Mr. Mags said all of us have one skeleton in our closets. And you didn't share your skeleton with us. What was the other nickname they gave? Hey. All right. Let's give Mr. Kloko a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mama, round of applause. Oh, that's my boss. Hey, yo, must clap. It's my boss. Hey. All right. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat because we are with a phenomenal, internationally renowned speaker who will be talking to us about failing forward and using failure as redirection. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a mindset architect, facilitator, and entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, she's passionate about people management, human development, innovation, leadership, and entrepreneurship. Ke kopa re qale matsogo on this side of the room. Let's start the claps on this side of the room. Are you with me, my lady? Are papateng matsogo. Let's get the clap started. Don't be shy. Yes, there we go. Let's move them all the way around. Undertaker, join in this time. I'm watching you. Let's finish up here. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage, Ria Mulapo. Mshaleni Zandla. Ay, yay, 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 yay. How Ria? Hey, 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 hey. Ay, 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 ay. Batate Ria. Yo! Ria! Ay! Ay! Hi, Mama. Ria's still young. She voted and came back up. Hi! Over to you, Ria. Yay! Do you want this one? One more time for Ria, ladies and gentlemen. You can catch her at Konka this coming weekend.
Standard, buddy. Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Auntie Pam. How asbonge? I know. International. Oh, thank you for the prophetic word there, Pastor Mpo, Prophet Mpo. Yeah, my name is Kirabetsoa Molapo. Interesting way that we get introduced, some of us, ne? And we're just humans. I'm just a person, just a normal person. I just want to thank a couple of people in the audience. I have one of my classmates. So I'm currently doing an MBA. And it's a full circle story that this literally goes to the theme that I want to speak about, which is failing forward, right? So somewhere there at the back, I have my classmate there, who is also, yeah, we're busy doing an MBA, Bazalwane, there by Henley Business School, international levels. But yeah, so going back to the story that I need to speak about of failing forward, and maybe then bringing it back to where I am currently in the space of speaking, but also in the space of loving the development and the growth of humans, the development and the growth of young people specifically, because I am one. I am a millennial, and I understand Gen Zs as well. And that's something that I also brand myself as a millennial consultant and Gen Z consultant, because I understand this demographic. So dear human capital people, it's Hilaba to help you with navigating that space. So I'm a young black girl, brought up from a single parent environment, family. Very normal. Like, even actually, I think we are underprivileged. Ne? Got to a point where when I started my grade 1, my mother was unemployed. right until my grade 7. So, and my mother was an educated young black female. So going back to the current state that we have of young, unemployed graduates, she was part of that statistic back then. And she had studied to be a medical technologist back then. Find myself going through that trajectory of going in primary school with a mother, single parent, who isn't working. So that is part of the story that Dr. Mags speaks about, right? Go through that. Then when I start then I do grade 8. When I just about to start my grade 9, she then gets a job in Polokwane. So, rena ko gae ga gešo, we are Pedis, so originally, we are from there. So we go there, but me, I've never been there. And even my language, is not there, I'm not kushishi, you know? Then you find yourself in the space and you are there and you have to tobela, arlocheng, and you're not used to, the tongue is not used to that. Because even in the house, you'd be kiteng, you're not wrong, right? But here you're there in that space and I felt like an outsider. I didn't click with some of the people because of my upbringing, because of maybe my accent. Didn't fit in with how everybody else was talking. I found out that somebody here went to the high school that I went to, and I got myself into a school that was half Afrikaansish, half Englishish. It was called Hoërskool Noorderland. Even there, cultural disconnect. The whites had their own class. The blacks had their own class. So that for me was also a bit of a culture shock because, guys, some of us used to go to sleepovers, Kobo Samantha, Liwoshon, and Jiggy now, we are not the same. And in 2004, like that was a weird culture shock for me. Anyway, go through that journey, get to, and constantly being that, you know those people with the blazers, the Kautempela blazers, scroll, full colors type girl. So I'm that girl. Yeah, there by the top 10, it's always me, all these, trophies and whatnots. I'm one of those. Get to a point where I then get a choice of which university to go to. Some lady came to our school, apere stiletto, red bottoms with pushing a trolley bag. And she walks in confidently, and she was a Caucasian woman. Do you want to travel the world and, live luxuriously? Well, the chartered accounting degree is the one for you. Come to our what, and they were one of the top 4 audit firms that she was representing. I was like, this thing sounds nice. CASA, CASA, and that was how I chose the career that I wanted to do. No research, no body, no mentorship, nothing. Just, this thing sounds nice. Yeah, I'll do it. Then comes the end of matric, you apply, and I applied to the University of Cape Town. My first flight outside. There I go. You get into the lecture room. Yonki Muntu is a head girl, was a head boy, deputy head girl. The entire lecture room. You think you're smart, can't I? There's people there who are walking around with non-distinctions, bro. And all you had was 7 subjects. They did these random sports. I did polo. I did what. And you're like, netball or soccer, hockey, that's it, And culture shock once again, right? But you're getting exposed. I find myself connecting with UCT radio. Guys, I was doing the news. And then I got promoted into production, and I was like, I'm loving this. I signed up for BMF, I was part of the exec. And you're organizing these things. So that's how I realized that this is where I love the human part of it, like people that come through events, but the development of the person. But then comes to the actual, when accounting course comes there by 8 a.m., I'm not there by the lectures. And that's how I realized passion, no, is not there for this thing. personality, it doesn't even match this thing. Lampona. Like, come on. So there's still that culture shock. So I ended up having a meeting with our accounting lecturer at the time. Her name was Carla. And by that time, I was in my second year. And I'm like, Carla, darling, I don't think this is for me. But like the pressure from home, like there's this expectation. I'm this black girl, the trophy girl of the family. I'm here, I'm supposed to be, but the combos are not communicating. I'm not fitting into this. What do I do? And I looked at all the other majors. I looked at finance, ecos, and I just did not see myself as a BA student. Apologies for BA students. But I just did not see myself there. And she actually said to me, well, darling, and she was she had a mean demeanor. She's like, darling, well, the way that you look dressed up and coming up in my office, you look like you're a BA. You look like you're a humanities. You don't look like commerce is something that you cut up for. That cut me deep, because all along, all these years, I'd built up this perception of me wanting to be a CA. Whether I knew what it was, whether there was nobody that I knew in real life that was that, I didn't even know what it took to be that. I didn't know, I just didn't know. I didn't know why you need to have your personality matching to certain things and understanding that, and why you need to have a coach or career person that you speak to just so that you can have an open mind. And I realized at that moment in time that in as much as I knew what I knew nothing. And that then caused me to drop out. So now I fell in the varsity student dropout statistic. So there I was. And that was for me the most painful experience of my life. I think I've had worse now by this time. But that was the most painful experience in my life. Why? It took me 10 years to get out of that mental rut. Literally, I got out of it maybe 2 years or 3 years ago. The feeling of feeling like a failure. The feeling of feeling like I'm actually stupid. Although people saw me performing and doing things, but I internally felt useless. I internally felt like I was worth nothing. Like I didn't have value. I internally I was literally in a dark hole, but you know, like when Tamia said, and so I put on my makeup, put a smile on my face. I was living that. I was literally living, I'm okay, but deep inside, I'm not. I was feeling like I am an imposter in the whole world, like in the whole system of life. Luckily, I didn't feel like killing myself, but this is a reality that a lot of our young people face, both the employed that are actually feeling like imposters in the workplace, those that are in university, that they've experienced those cultural clashes. Yes, it's great to say I went to the University of Cape Town, but the experience of it is not really great. Those that go to the UKs and the Londons and the Americas, but when they get to that side, they feel like imposters. So yes, your CV looks amazing, looks great, but your actual lived experience is the complete opposite. So like I said, for an entire 10 years, that's how I've been feeling, or that's how I felt at that time. Yes, I'm performing, yes, I'm living, I'm doing this, but at the same time, internally, I don't feel like I'm up to scratch. So when I left university, I then went back home. I took a good 6 months of like meditation. When I came back from university, I was a round person. I had 3 chins. I know you can't see that, but a lot of work had to go through. And in that, that was a representation of how I felt, right? Because now I was eating and disorangé. In the 6 months of meditation, I had to ask something that Gogo was speaking about, of the why. What's my why? What's my reason for existence? And how do I then connect my reason for existence with my vocation, right? With what I want to do in the world. Spent that 6 months meditating. So we didn't live far from Peter Mugaba, and that was when I used to run every morning, 5 o'clock, because I didn't have a plan, right? So in that running, I'm meditating, and also I'm losing the weight. Upon the certain day, Eureka, I run back home and there's this thing says, well, you had your experience that you experienced in varsity. How about you just go and speak about that? Okay, so what would that look like? What is that? And I didn't know what it was. And it was just a matter of just starting something where I was with what I had, which was nothing. I booked a meeting with our principal at the time, Mr. Bower, and I said, hi, sir, I would like to come to school, speak to the students about my experience, just so that it can prevent any issues that other people might have when it comes to career choices, subject choices, whatever you call it, but just for them to listen to what I've experienced, my failure, and to not go through that. Went there and spoke. From that, I then decided I actually need to now go to other schools and speak. From that experience, I then worked with other like local municipalities, etc., and it kind of grew into something bigger than what I thought it was. And today it's kind of evolved into, because the people that I spoke to have now grown, they're either in the workplace or they're entrepreneurs. And so we now do like SME consulting. So we help you better understand your business, solve whatever problem, help you strategize, etc. Within the workplace, it helps you as a young professional to understand how to just be a young professional and navigate that space. But I needed to experience the failure for me to recognize the why. And this is why I'm saying that we need to have a better relationship with failure. I know a lot of the times we have these conferences and we have these speakers and we're just looking at stories of success. So-and-so was successful. But we never really, and this is why I commend Pam for this, where we're able to speak about the failures and be very authentic and raw about the failures. And when we see certain people, some of them look like they have a hang on life, they don't. You draw closer to them, they don't. The very ones that are there, they really actually don't. And that's when you actually see so much pretense in the world. That's why we see that Instagram is flourishing as a business entity, because there's just so much pretense in the world and very minimal authenticity. And that is what's hurting our young people, because they don't understand the realities of life. They don't understand processes of life. That there isn't this thing called instant gratification when we're talking about the journey of life. You don't get to be an intern and a manager within 2 years. You need to go through the process. You don't just start a particular business and see yourself having a revenue of 20 million in 2 months. You need to go through the processes of the business. And fundamentally, the processes of the business are normally created through failure. And so our proximity and our relationship to failure, we need to make those our best friends. Because that's where our greatest learnings are at. It's not through walking into a room, hi, I'm Rebetswe, what. No. Hi, I'm Rebetswe, I failed in this. And from there, this is what I've learned. Either A, you don't make the same mistake, and if we were able to go through the room and speak about our failures, there are a couple of learnings that we might have. And that's why this particular platform, this particular community is quite important and sentimental. It is us learning to share and being vulnerable with one another. And I know it's difficult to be vulnerable, but it shows the realities. These statistics are actual real people. These statistics that we're speaking about, it's not just numbers, it's people we know, it's us. That's the thing. It's not just, 70%, it's us. Yithi laba. And if we came to that understanding, then we would be quite proactive in how we bring in solutions to change, the economy, to change systems, to change whatever that needs to be changed. I didn't want to be so deep because I am a very funny person, but anyway, Mpo is here to be funny and to lighten the mood up. But ladies and gentlemen, in my conclusion, what I would like to say is, could we kindly learn to embrace our failures? Not to bring them as our own identity, but to literally be realistic, have those realistic conversations that Dr. Mag said. See where we're faking and see what's real. Because the problem with living veneered lives, the problem with living facaded lives is that we think certain people are making it, whereas they're actually not. Then we compete with them at that level. And that's why the youth is the way it is today. That's where we need to reconstruct, re-engineer. That's why I call myself a mindset architect, because that's literally what needs to be rebuilt, re-engineered. Ladies and gentlemen, I call you to use your failures as your stepping stones, to not be afraid of the failures, because they're like stretch marks. They are proof of growth. With these words, I thank you.
Harmo Shapeleng Matsoho, ladies and gentlemen. Kiena Huya Molapo. Former 98 kilogram, now 42 kgs. Mushapeleng Matsoho. Oh man. Thank you for that. Hi. Guys, can we give Lady Pam a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Class is in session today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so up next, we are going to demystify the Employment Equity Amendment Bill. And to help me do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on to stage a titan, a legend, a force to be reckoned with. Ladies and gentlemen, this time I'm going to ask that we start the claps from the back. So, thank you. Let's bring them all the way to the front, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for the one and only Timbi Chakonda. Hi, how are you? Can I get you a mic? All right, let me get one for you because we need to have a chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There we go. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Right now on stage, we have joint CEO of Global Business Solutions and a leading HR consultant in South Africa, who too has over 20 years of experience in the game. Are you with me, my friend? Oh, Wabu. Oh, Kiru, my friend. Gadal. Please have a seat, my lady. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, ngicela simshayeleni izandla, the one and only Timbi Chakonda. Lady Timbi, we've chosen this topic for you specifically about demystifying the sector. And can you please just touch on that before we actually get into some questions?
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share. I listened with such interest hearing all the speakers speak today regarding diversity and inclusion and resilience and all the really great topics. This is a topic that is very, I think at this time in South Africa, very sad that we sit here 22 years later, we are still talking about demystifying employment equity and trying to bring sectoral targets to foster diversity in the workplace. And we are today or yesterday we had the DA marching against diversity and inclusion in the workplace, because essentially what they're saying is that if you're bringing sectoral targets, you are going to displace white people from their very senior positions that they're holding. And by that, they're saying that we shouldn't be having a diversity in the workplace. We should actually remain, the status quo should remain the way that it is. And it's very sad.
It is.
It's very sad.
So then I would like to know then, what is the purpose of the employment equity sector targets, and how do they work?
So the purpose of employment equity sector targets is to it's to encourage more people who are defined as black people, African, colored and Indian people, women, people with disabilities, people that have been historically disadvantaged, that they are still very much disadvantaged 22 years later in the workplace. We just launched a 23rd report in June, which shows that African males and females are about 17% at top management level. And our economically active population says that we should have 80% of African people, and we're sitting at 17% as African people at the top level of employment equity. Now, the sectoral targets are meant to increase that number. It's not even getting closer to the economically active population. It's merely saying that in different sectors, we need to increase that number to at least, for example, in the agricultural sectors, we know that is predominantly white. They're saying at that level, top management level, you should have at least 35% black people. That includes Indian and colored.
And where are we in those stats?
We are at 16%.
Hey,
so that's
we need to get the land back, guys.
So
16%.
That's very depressing.
It is.
So I think you gave me the worst topic.
It is, but it's no. It's a reality check.
It is a reality.
You know, with how the whole conversation around BEE was portrayed, the people have taken over, and BEE, people are, and if you look at what BEE has managed to achieve, what you just said to me now blew my mind completely when you said our target was supposed to be at 80%. We're at 17%.
17% at top management level.
At top management level.
Top management level. At senior management, we're sitting at 50%. I lied, 26%.
At 26%.
26%, and white people are sitting at 50%. So just to give you the essence of or the meaning of this in monetary value. Now, if you take, for example, and I'm going to talk about the two levels of occupation and the influence that it has in terms of the economy. So, and you can understand why there's a lot of fight to improve those numbers. So if you think about, for example, at top management level, there's about 57,000 people employed at that level, of which 62% is white population. Okay. Now, if you take the 62% of white population, let's say on average, they earn 1.5 million rands per annum. So it means that out of a total of 57,000 people at top management level, 62% earning 1.5 million rands are white people. I'm talking about money now. So if you then take 17% of that, which is Africans, and multiply by 1.5 million rands, that's how much money we earn as black people at top management level.
South Africa is such a crazy place because we're one of the only countries where the minority are still ruling the majority. So to hear stats like that, where if you think about the white population contributes to what, 10% of the South African population?
Yeah.
And yet you're saying that 50% at senior level,
Senior management.
at senior management are white.
Yes.
And 80%
It should be black.
that should be black is at 17%.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. So I want to know what strategies can organizations put in place to ensure that these targets can be met or achieved?
So the purpose of having sectoral targets now is to encourage companies to start setting targets, because if you don't have a commitment target for a company, it's going to be status quo, as we know. So now the purpose of the sectoral target is to say, in the next 5 years, you need to improve this number from 17% to about, say, depending on the sector that you're in, from 35% if you're in agriculture, 40% if you're in manufacturing, 50% if you are in administration type work. So now they're saying for these sector targets, all the companies need to now set these plans for the next 5 years. And the plan is to really create a much more diverse and inclusive work environment, where we're now saying, if you have people retiring that are in the group that is overrepresented, we need to use that opportunity now to bring that job, to give it to the underrepresented group, which is your black people, predominantly African people, because those are the most underrepresented. So now we need to then say, how do we get the people into those positions? And we know that the businesses, we can't find black people at these positions, or they're too expensive, or they don't have the right qualifications, or they don't have the right experience. So exactly what we were talking about today, to say, how do I get an experience if I don't get the exposure? How do I get the experience if you don't allow me to come into an internship program or learnership programs? So there are various measures that are already in place, like the Years for Youth, the Harambis, the incentives that the government has put in place to the Youth Incentive Tax Incentive Scheme. So what they're saying is now, look at those opportunities and say, there are people out there, yes, they might not have the right experience, but the legislation has always been there to say, you can consider a person to be suitably qualified if they have one or a combination of factors. So give the people the opportunities. So identify the skills, help them to gain the capacity to acquire the experience that is needed. Because none of us were born with experience, but somehow when we get to the workplace, we want, as we heard before, we want somebody to have the experience, but where are you going to get the experience if you can't get the foot in the door?
I hear you. I want to play a bit of devil's advocate here, right? And I want to ask, just beyond meeting the employment equity sector targets, what can be done to encourage other companies to opt and promote for diversity and inclusion? Because we all know there's certain companies and in certain specific areas, like if you look at Stellenbosch, for instance, Stellenbosch is fastest growing millionaires in the country. The businesses are booming that side, but there's not a lot of inclusion and diversity in that. How do we get those type of people? Besides, meeting the Equity Act sector targets, how do we get them to push diversity and inclusion?
Look, I mean, it's a mindset change situation, so it's not gonna just happen on its own. So there has to be some form of awareness, and part of what we preach is that, we've got to promote awareness in terms of diversity, in terms of accepting that, yes, we are different people, but we can actually, once we get to know each other and foster more diversity and inclusion awareness in the workplace, people must, especially in the corporate, be aware of your biases, because we know that most times the decisions are made based on bias. So we've got, you know, the affinity bias. You know, I like people that are like me. So the recruitment and the hiring practices need to change. There needs to be a lot of talk about, you know, halo biases, or employing people based on what I heard about somebody. So I hear a lot of stories of people saying, I wanted to do a promotion, but I've asked my manager to write a recommendation, but I'm still waiting. Or that very same manager goes and tells the other one, oh, do you know what Tembi did? Next thing, the other manager in the other department doesn't want to take me for a promotion because they've already had a bias against me. So being aware of the biases that become a barrier towards you know, growth of certain people. And I think the most people that suffer a lot from those biases, it then becomes, you know, us, because we, and when I say us, I mean mainly black people, because we start with, the business is still trying to get to know black people. So getting to know more people then, and eliminate those biases, that's what's going to really help.
And you know, we're talking from at a senior level now, so I want to know from an employee level, what can employees do to make sure that those targets are met?
Look, I mean, the targets is just they're one thing. So I think it's a two-way thing, I would say. So there are opportunities that as businesses, we have training opportunities, there are incentives for training and development. And I do think that we also need, as one of the speakers said, we cannot be timid anymore about the opportunities. And we know that, you know, from a BEE perspective, companies have to spend plus minus 6% of BEE, you know, skills development spend on black people. So when we have those opportunities, we need to take them up, and we also need to be vocal and go to, you know, to our businesses, to our leaders, to say, give me the opportunity to work, to study, you know, go and study, but also at the same time, in businesses, they need to start spending on training and development and developing the young people so that they can move up to the next level. So that's why I'm saying it's a two-way thing, because I think one of the speakers said, you know, sometimes it becomes very difficult to get someone to share their knowledge. But also at the same time, when there's money there, some people are saying, but why you want to train me? I've already done this training. So why must I do it again? So it becomes then a catch-22 situation. And then we were told then when we don't have enough people that can be promoted because they don't have the right skills, they don't have the right qualifications. So, and we need to take those opportunities that we are now afforded.
Yes. I want to talk to you about a little bit about the Employment Equity Amendment Bill. And I want to know what effect will it have with regards to our country on the job market, particularly in terms of job creation and skills development?
Look, I see it as an opportunity now to accelerate in some areas, because the fact that we've got the sectoral targets, which we never had before, it's now hoping to accelerate a lot more people being appointed, because there will be a certificate of compliance. So if you don't achieve your target, you stand a risk of not having a certificate of compliance. And that certificate of compliance will be a license to trade. And it may have an impact on your BE certificate, etc. So if we then have that as almost like a carrot or a stick, whichever way that you want to look at it, it is intending to accelerate that. So I suppose I don't see it as something that's going to take away from people's jobs. It's really trying to accelerate more opportunities for people that did not have those those opportunities. Not necessarily to say you now must fire people that are overrepresented. And I think there's a big mistake that misconception that's out there, especially based on the narrative that the DA is putting out there, that by bringing the sectoral targets, it means that you now have to reduce the colored people and the Indian people because their targets is very small. But that's not what it says. It says that when you have opportunities where somebody resigns, when somebody retires, then you need to replace with the people that are underrepresented. So that can then also create more opportunities for people, especially those who are underrepresented, to be equitably represented. So that's what I see. Obviously, the perception is that it's going to create less job because now all of a sudden we're gonna have to fire people and it's going to impact how the business is run, and nothing. It's far from the truth. That's not what it's going to do.
And what impact will the bill have on foreign companies who have their operations here in South Africa?
It will not have an impact as such, because if you look at the sectoral targets, it's a percentage. Like I said, if you have 50% to reach for senior management level, it means that you've got another 50%. So if you're a multinational, as an example, you've got a mandate that a certain level of occupation or jobs must be held by a foreign national. It doesn't mean that now the foreign nationals cannot work in the company. You can still bring them and impart the skills. So there is a positive out of that as well, because if you bring somebody from Germany, as an example, for 5 years on a contract, then if you partner that person with a local to transfer the skills, there's a positive spin-off out of that. But also at the same time, having 50% representation for your locals, which is even far from where we should be, but I'm just saying that as an example, it's not going to take away from them. But it's just the way that it is being interpreted, as if now all of a sudden the businesses are going to lose. Why is it that the business lose now opportunities or lose business? Because you're now being told that you must correct the underrepresentation of black people. That it really doesn't make any sense. So it's not going to have an impact that is negative if the mindset is correct, to understand that we all need a diverse and an inclusive work environment. And as we have seen, diversity is a value add. It brings about competitive advantage to businesses. So just bringing in extra few black people in the business so that we can correct the narrative, it doesn't mean that you're going to suddenly change the business and then you lose out.
So your shop is safe, my brother. Just employ some locals, okay? And, I think, you did mention it earlier that our talk is a bit of doom and gloom, But I think it's very important to have conversations like this so that we get a proper understanding of where we are as a country. And I think on a more positive note, what are some of the solutions you think would help us accelerate and reach our targets a little bit sooner? And what are some of the things that some of the young entrepreneurs that are sitting here, my brother from KZN, my brother from Bangladesh, what can we do to accelerate this?
I mean, there is, so the one aspect of it is that we as a country, we need more businesses that are owned by black people. Okay, at least that's a very good starting point. So I think the more initiatives like this we have, and where people start to see the opportunity to start their own businesses, then we don't have to be reliant on big business that is now trying to get rid of us. So I think as young people, we need to look at these opportunities, the entrepreneurial opportunities, and take those up and become our own employers. And I think that's what we need to, and not rely on being employed by other people. So I think that's the starting point. And I think the nice thing about our legislation, it does give us the opportunity from a BEE perspective. We've got the enterprise development, we've got the supplier enterprise development initiatives. So if you can then link up with the big business, because the big business is supposed to be implementing these initiatives. So if we can access those opportunities, we take participation of all the initiatives that are being provided in terms of Yes for Youth. So a lot of businesses are looking for young people to impart skills so that they can get out there and be employable or start their own businesses. So I think we shouldn't be waiting for these opportunities to come to us. We should also go out, seek them out.
And create them for ourselves.
And create them for ourselves.
So I want to throw a span in the works there, because we're talking about inclusion and diversity, right? So as young black entrepreneurs, should we also be diversifying the people that we employ?
Absolutely.
You know, because I understand we have to look after the previously disadvantaged. But should we also, and I'm asking, got you, Uncle Gert, I'm here for you. Should we be including everyone, or should we have this mentality of let's just make sure black people are put on until such a point, and then we can start including people? Or do we do it from the onset?
I love that question, because I think it talks to the fact that as black people, we sometimes like to be handed things, and we receive and receive, but we don't give back. And I think we need to start by giving back as well, in terms of if I start a business and I now employ a certain level of people, I need to start to giving back in terms of, corporate social investment, myself as a business, as small as I may have been, to give back. In my employment, I also need to start employing others and diversify, have a diversity of people that we employ. Just because maybe I'm a small business doesn't mean that I must only employ just African people. I can employ Indian people, I can employ colored people as well, so that the business grows, because we're talking about diversity, cognitive diversity, people, different mindset, different ideas. Employ people of different age groups so that we can have, those ideas from each other. So what I tend to see that we do as I suppose as black business, to our own disadvantage, is that when we have a business, we keep our monies to ourselves, or we splash on buying nice shoes, nice cars, nice this, and we don't. It's the truth, and it must be told. And we don't pay it back or pay it forward. And I think that's one thing we need to be doing. So for me, and I can speak about this, people that know me, it's the one thing that I make sure that I do. It doesn't matter how small, but pay it forward. Have an initiative that you participate in, be it an NGO, contribute, do something, so that the other people can benefit from what you have received. So, and that's what we need to do as young people. Don't say I'm too young to do this, but pay it forward.
All right. All right. Remember to pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. No more. No more. Shoes from Steve Madden. No more. And then, Lady Tembi, I know we can sit and go on, and there's so many things I want to ask you, but because we are so strapped for time now, do you have any parting words, any closing remarks that you'd like to share with us before we close?
Well, I mean, the only words I want to say is to say thank you to Pam.
Yes.
For putting together this incredible initiative, and I wish that we can do more of these things. And of course, the topic that I'm talking about is that it's about promoting, it's about a starting point, it's a legislative requirement of starting that introduction of more diverse groups of people in the workplace. And I think where we can, in our own spaces, we need to also do the same to ensure that we create a much more diverse and inclusive environment. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for the one and only, the lovely Thembi Chakonda. Thank you so much. Michelle Nizandla, thank you so much, my lady. Thank you so much. You can always tell people who are passionate about what they are talking about. You see it. And I love what you said, Lady Thembi, where you spoke about diversity. You mentioned something very important, age. A lot of us, especially when we start making it in our whatever form of entrepreneurship we're making it in, we like to employ like-minded people, which is not bad, because you're trying to essentially build a lot of yous, a team of yous. But then you forget that you can learn so much from older people, and that you can learn so much from younger people. Look at what the digital age is doing now. It's the young people that understand the digital age and how to navigate social media. Social media has become the modern business card, whereas the older generation are more, zongtole LinkedIn. No. Nowadays, you tell someone, I am Thembi, I'm in HR. Before you drive out of that office building, they've already looked at your social media. They know what you eat, they know what you drink, they know who you party with, they know where you shop, they know where you vacation. They determine from there if they want to work with you. So you need to make sure you have all those skill sets. And I love what you said. Pay it forward, guys. Pay it forward. Always try and find the smallest job for someone to do. Because my biggest surprise in me and my journey has been discovering that the person you might hire as your PA can turn out to be your MD one day. The person you employ as your driver could end up being the head editor at your company. So always pay it forward. Always pay it forward. Look at Dr. Megs. Imagine Dr. Megs 30 years ago. And you gave him that shot, and you were just like, okay, just there, you can start by washing the windows in the office. Then 10 years later, he's the guy presenting for new business in front of clients. You're like, this guy used to wash the windows. We are securing $1 million clients because of him today. So the best investment you can make, ladies and gentlemen, is in people. If you want to grow, it's easy for you to take your business from here to 1 million. But if you want to take it from 1 million to 10 million, you need a team. So learn to invest in people. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'd like to call up a phenomenal speaker, ladies and gentlemen. And they're going to talk to us about, if you don't try, you don't win. A lot of us are afraid to start because we fear failure, we fear rejection. I recently asked my other boss, Mac G. I asked Mac G. I have so many bosses. I have a vendor boss, I have a Xhosa boss. I have a Zulu boss who's my wife. I have so many bosses. So I recently asked him what's been the greatest thing about this journey, having 1 million subscribers and having the biggest podcast in Africa, having 1 million subscribers, achieving this success. So I just got off the phone with him before we started today. He just sold out Sunbet Arena. 8,500 people are going to come watch a recording of a live podcast, and it's the biggest live recording of a podcast in the world, right? And I asked him, what has been the best part? And his answer really surprised me. He said, it was starting. The best part was starting. And I turned to him, I said, there's no way, that's the scariest part. You know, you start, you put out your first video, 3 views, 0 comments. 2 weeks later, 7 views, 1 comment. What's going on here? Really? Hey, it's heartbreaking, guys. But do you realize that if you don't try, you won't win? You won't win. You got to take that jump. You got to take that leap. And talking to us about that leap of faith here today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a multi-award winning journalist entrepreneur, United Nations Refugee Agency ambassador, speaker, and conversation strategist in 2017 who transitioned into the world of entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going to start the claps from our Zulu warrior. Shaka, Stella, Ushaye Lesandla, na Lesandla Lesi, Sienze, in noise. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage, Ancilia Nombu. Did I get that right? Nombu, yes. Aich. Oh my goodness, those seashells are amazing. So Mauti, you can hear the ocean.
So, can you stand up and play the song? Let the people stretch a little bit. We've been
Stretch,
singing
my
for a
friend,
while.
stretcher.
I can tell that you are tired, but you are pushing, yes? I can see it. I was like, let's go. I was here. Thank you so very much. You can all sit down. Thank you.
Stretchan.
I'm stretching again. You are not stretching as the
Usiswe
song was
silk aga
going.
stretchan.
Thank you so very much. And I think that I am so honored and intimidated to be the last speaker of the evening. How amazing were the speakers today? They were incredible, right? Can we please clap for all of them because they were incredible. When I saw that I'll be the last speaker today and I was asked to choose a song, I chose my favorite song, Beyonce's I Was Here, because I think that it sums life up and it will sum this event up. It says, I was here, I lived, I laughed, I loved, I did everything I wanted to do. Everything I wanted to do. I always say, I imagine myself on my deathbed. Maybe imagine yourself too. I play this game with myself all the time. And I ask myself, have I done the single life I have justice? Was I here? Did I live? Did I laugh? Did I love? Did I do everything I wanted to do? Did I leave my footprints on the sands of time? And one of my favorite speakers, Les Brown, says he imagines the deathbed being that space where you get opportunities missed haunt you, where it comes to you and says, Tembi, I was there. Didn't you see me? You just ignored me. Because everybody was moving to the UK, you were like, I know, but I was there. You missed me. See the love of your life. Saying, well, I didn't have a car at the time. Or like Dr. Meg, you were selling vegetables. I was selling vegetables on the side of the street, and you ignored me. What will haunt you? What has been presented to you in your life that will torment you on your deathbed? Let that sink in and think about that.
And I'm sure, like me, all of you have dreams. And you don't want those dreams to torment you, right? They shouldn't. And we've had such a theme today around fear and how fear can cripple you. Fear can make you freeze that you can't even move. You don't even see the vision. God will stand in front of you and say, I am God. And you'll be like, what? I can't see you because of fear. So if you've got a dream like I do, say, I have a dream. Say it with me. I have a dream. And when you say it now, I want you to imagine that dream and speak to it. My dream is to employ 3,000 people by the time I turn 40. I'm doing that. I failed, started businesses, failed, got a successful business now, employing people. It's working. And I realized, this business is not going to employ 3,000 people by the time I'm 40. So I need to invest in other businesses and look into other opportunities that have the capability of employing high volumes of people. That's my dream. I'm launching that on the 5th of September. So it's called Fresh Genie. It's a meal kit delivery service. I'm going to be bringing food to your doorsteps. So check us out. Fresh Genie, 5th of September. So that's the dream I'm going to be speaking to. I don't know what your dream is. Maybe you want to change the world of HR. Maybe you just want to be a housewife and raise beautiful children. When we say you have a dream, it doesn't mean you should be standing on stages all the time. You just need to find who you are and speak to it and live it to its fullest. Dreams do not look the same. I want you now to say, I have a dream, channeling that dream that you have within you. On 3, 1, 2, 3, I have a dream. You guys don't have dreams. I didn't hear you. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. And I hope you channeled that dream. And if you don't try it, you can't win, right? That dream that you have, if you don't try it, it will not be successful. If I don't try to employ 3,000 people by the time I'm 40, I won't win. I won't be able to do it. One thing my mom has always taught me from a young age is, if you can dream it, it means it's possible. If you can envision it, it means you can do it. So now say, I have a dream and it is possible. On 3, 1, 2, 3. I have a dream and it is possible. When I was thinking about this topic, I was really reminded of Rwanda. Anyone ever been to Rwanda? Anybody? She's been to Rwanda. It's beautiful, right? I think, like most of us, when you go to Rwanda, one of the things that's most exciting is how clean it is. It's unlike the Rwanda I grew up seeing on television. I loved television as a child. I discovered my passion for storytelling on my 12th birthday, 11th of September 2001. We know what happened on that day, right? It was my birthday. It was a Wednesday. I had asked my mom for a bike. My parents had recently got a divorce, and I knew how to milk it. The trauma. I knew how to milk the trauma. Daddy this, mommy this, because I'm traumatized. You guys are breaking up the family. So for that birthday, I asked for a pink mountain bike. I was excited. I'm going to have a bike. I'm going to ride around. But on that day in my household, it was a different atmosphere when I got home from school. My mom and our neighbor, Unangabuto, were watching television. I looked behind our kitchen door because I'm expecting to see a bike. There was no bike. And then when I went into the living room, I saw them watching television, and the Twin Towers had fallen. It was so cold in the room. I spent that whole day, night, I couldn't go to school the next day because I had not slept, watching people tell the devastating stories. And on that evening, I remember holding a 300 ml Coca-Cola bottle. We used to have those glass Coca-Cola bottles. And I'll pretend that I'm a journalist. And I'll be like, Ansela Mangena. Oh, Nombeo is my marital surname. It's not as cool as Mangena, but it is what it is. I'd say, Ansela Mangena, reporting live from Washington, D.C. Ansela Mangena. I felt this fire within me. Like, I should be telling, I can do this. This is fun. This is exciting. And from that day on, I worked towards my dream of telling stories. Funny thing, you could see me standing up here, but I'm one of the most timid people you can ever meet. People think I lie when I say so. I don't. My hands shake naturally, even if I'm not nervous. I'm not as comfortable as you might think to stand in front of people. But because I knew I wanted to pursue a career in journalism and in media, I had to develop my skill set to be able to do that. I was born Gwabulawayo, Kwantutu Zeatunga, the city of kings and queens. Anybody from Kwantutu? Kwantutu, hello, Highland, boss. If you're from Kwantutu, you know, Ngenkan. So imagine growing up in a country like Zimbabwe around 2008 to even now. Very difficult landscape where you start being, like what Dr. Meg spoke about, invisible to people. Because, well, who are you? From Zim, hey, you know, what can you do? You people, you become others. When I decided to come to the University of Johannesburg to pursue my career in journalism, I knew that's exactly what I was going to face. But if you don't try, can't win. I'd always wanted to be a journalist, and nothing was going to stop me. I'd done my research, and I knew the University of Johannesburg was the best place for me to study media. Because down the road, SABC, BBC at the time was in Richmond, also down the road. It's the best place. It's in Joburg. It's the hustle and bustle, entrepreneurs, storytellers, pops, entertainers. So I'll be telling so many stories. So I didn't care what people would say. Went to the University of Johannesburg. To my surprise, it's nothing that ever came up. So had I not come to the University of Johannesburg to pursue media because, oh my goodness, they look down on Zimbabweans, I could not be standing in front of you right now. Because nobody cared, nobody said nothing. In the country, they'll be like, oh, you guys are smart, right? When Dinsley's time came and I was up there standing or getting an award, oh my goodness, you people, you always get all the awards. I was like, oh wow, okay, that's interesting. If you don't try, you don't win. On the day I registered for my first year at University of Johannesburg, I walked down the road. SABC, hi guys, here's my registration certificate. I'm a new student, so what can we do? What can you teach me? They said, no, we'll talk to you. It's so hard to get into SABC, hey? Who has ever tried to even get into Radio Park and they want your ID? Who are you coming to see? What's the purpose? It was so difficult. I was turned at the door. And then I went to BBC in Richmond, just behind. And Peter Burden was the editor at the time. And he's like, oh, this is really incredible. We've actually been thinking of starting a UJ BBC internship program. You can come and learn. And I became one of the UJ journalism students at the time who studied at BBC. And my fellow classmates did it for a month or so, did it for the whole year. I'd go there and not be paid until they started giving me 2,000 Rand in an envelope because they're like, Ansela, this is too much. June holidays, when everybody went home, I was at the BBC. And then when I felt like I had gotten enough broadcasting experience, it was like, how can I improve this? Went to True Love, asked for the same thing, doing and working for free. Because if you don't try, you don't win. When I graduated, I had 4 years of work experience across all journalism platforms, from online to print to radio to television. And my classmates didn't. Because if you don't try, you can't win. I'd registered for my master's when one of my classmates that I'd never spoken to in class, Nicholas Zal, rang me up and said, I just got a job at Caxton Community Newspapers. They want another journalist. Are you interested? The offer is 10,500 rand. What? Of course. Dropping the masters, I'm going to go work. Because you're going to give me 10.5? Of course I'm going to go work. It's a job that I didn't look for. I didn't think that I was ready to work at the time because I was trying to pursue a master's degree. Yet, the job came to me because Nicholas, when I asked him why he asked me instead of all our other classmates, and we'd never spoken before, he said, I always see you and I see your work ethic, and then you're the first person who was in my mind. And I was like, thank you. Great, I went to Caxton Community Newspapers. You know, those newspapers that people throw out at your door, right? You guys use them to cover your glasses when you're moving. Don't really read the newspaper because, we write about potholes and your neighbor's dog barking and getting you irritated. But I was so excited. And I was like, you know what? Because God has placed me here, I'll make the best out of this opportunity. I always say I was the best pothole writer that you can ever find in your life. Nobody could write about potholes better than I could. How big it is, I'll measure it with the ruler, how much it's impacting people, wait and see the cars and how they navigate around the pothole, writing for the Randburg Sun and Northcliffe Mirror Times. I remember I even got a story that I had written about Labori. Because I'm a UJ student, we used to call it Lahori, and then I decided to write about it, and it got to trend on Twitter. I'm like, Shaba, no community news story from our newspaper had trended at the time. And I was like, this is what you need to do, because if you don't try, you can't win. So even if I was placed in a position that most people would see as little as other, as I'm going to use this to cover my newspaper, it's not prime media, hey? But I was like, because I've been placed here, I'm going to show up. And that showing up, one day I'm sitting in the office, writing about my pothole. I get a call. Office line, Chris Bishop, founding editor of Forbes Africa magazine. I live in Northcliffe, I get the paper, and I read your story. You're awesome. Come, let's have coffee. Second job, never applied for. Listen, I was so naive. I thought this man really wants to have coffee. But it never crossed my mind why he would want to have coffee. Forbes, okay, coffee. Okay. I get there, we have a conversation. He walks me around. When we pass HR, hello, people managers. He's like, please give her an offer because I like her to start next month. I was like, okay. All of a sudden, I was at Forbes magazine because of a little local community newspaper that nobody cares about. But because in that small role that everyone will see as mediocre and as other, I tried. And I showed up as if I was writing for Forbes. And Forbes saw me and called me. I went to work at Forbes Africa magazine. I've interviewed many of our African billionaires. Forbes 30 under 30 list, I was the curator of that list for 4 years. Call them my babies, something that I enjoy. In that role, I really got passionate about entrepreneurship and creating solutions for our society and around the country. I love to go then and start my PR and marketing business. And in the midst of the pandemic, it got tough for small businesses, right? Because some of my clients were like, can we freeze the contract? We're not performing well. Can we do this? Can we do that? And the only thing I did was call the BBC. I was like, guys, I don't want to retrench any of my employees. I know that I've sort of left journalism, but you know what I can do? What do you have? They're like, we've got a show called In Business Africa. Do you want to report? And just like that, I was able to report throughout the pandemic for BBC World, not even BBC Africa, on a show to be able to pay my employees and keep my business running at the time as a small business. Again, if you don't try, you won't win. I could have simply said, I'm going to retrench. That's something that I can't do. I was like, I can't just retrench. I don't know if it was a great business idea or not, but I was like, people are struggling, people are suffering. I'm building a business that cares about people. I know I can go to work for 1 day a week, and it will solve so many of our problems within the business. I'll go literally 1 day a week to shoot a show, and that's it. And it balanced so that we are able to still have savings and be able to keep growing the business. So when I think about my story and I think about what it means for entrepreneurs and the world in general, I get reminded of the story of J.K. Rowling, right? We know her, right? Harry Potter fans. We know J.K. Rowling. Did you know what pain that woman went to be able to release the Harry Potter books? Let me tell you, short story of J.K. Rowling. She was on a train to London in the late 1990s when she thought of this idea in the book that she wanted to write. And she's like, okay, great, I'm going to go and write it. She started writing the book and developing the idea and developing the stories. In the midst of that, her mother passes away. She feels so much guilt because she hadn't told her mother about this book that she was trying to write. In the middle of grief, she picks up her bags, goes to Europe. She calls this journey of her life her rock bottom because she was just living, doing this and that. She got there, she got pregnant, she got married, she got divorced. Life was tough. It was even difficult for her to put food on the table. She came back to the UK and she's like, I'm going to try now to sell my book. First publisher, second publisher, third publisher. No. She's like, started trying to get feedback. Why are you guys saying no? 4, 5, 6. And she started getting this weird feedback where people would say, well, it's too unconventional. Or your story is too long. People just don't understand this kind of story. The most interesting excuse for me was when they would say to her, wow, young boys will not want to read something written by a woman. J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, author. Young boys will not want to read something written by a woman. Only at the 10th try did somebody suggest that she uses her initials and she becomes J. Rowling so that it masks her femininity, it masks her womanhood, so that people can read it. They'll think she's a man or they don't know what gender she is. And then she felt like just the J just doesn't sound right. K is not her real name. She gave herself her grandmother's name, Kathleen, to become Joanne Kathleen J.K. Rowling, the J.K. Rowling that we know today. The books were then published. We've all watched them and enjoyed them. The books alone have made over $7.7 billion. She's the 7th richest person in the UK, worth $1 billion. The books have been turned into movies, there's theme parks, there's merchandise, yet people said, young boys who not want to read a book written by a woman. $7.7 billion begs to differ. If you don't try, you can't win. She tried and tried 12 times to be able to get to $1 billion net worth. Maybe let me bring it a little bit closer to home. You're like, J.K. Rowling, UK, I'm so fine, she's white. Let me bring it a little bit back home. I'm from Zimbabwe. I was born in Zimbabwe. One of the richest people that we have on the continent is Strive Masiyiwa. He is the founder of Econet. It's a telecoms company. They have presence all over the world. When he was trying to build Econet in Zim, he was faced with a lot of political aggression. They were like, nah, telecoms, license. No, you're not getting it. He's like, oh, I'll go to court. Years and years in court, fighting for a license. And then the court said, finally, first time the court say no, you can't, and he appeals, and then he wins. And then after he's won, guess what? My former father, Robbie Mugabe. He's like, yeah, I don't care what the court said. No individual person or private company can have a telecoms company. It's not happening. So he had to go back again. Took over 5 years of court battles with no funding, no money, broke, just with this idea of building an MTN version in Zim. And you're fighting the president and the ruling party. They ended up being the only company in the world that gets its telecoms license by the Supreme Court, because they had to go fight again. And in 1998, they were given the license to start. Imagine that. If he didn't try, he wouldn't win. Today, he's worth $1.8 billion. Black man from Zimbabwe. 1.8 billion. Because he tried and he even fought against government to get that position. And he's faced similar challenges. In Nigeria, he faced the same challenges. Trying to get licenses. It's difficult. If you've not crossed the Limpopo, maybe the story is still not narrating well for you. Let me bring it closer to home. Michael Leroux. Anybody know who Michael Leroux is? He's the founder of Capitec. One of the most interesting men I've had the pleasure to meet and interview. When I met him and I asked him why he decided to start Capitec Bank, there were already so many banks in the country that were doing well. He told me a story about how when he went to his bank one day, everybody was like, "Hi, Mr. Leroux, private room coffee," because he's got a couple of bucks in the bank, right? But he said it was so perplexing to him because when he walked in, there was such a long line of people waiting outside who were not getting the same treatment. And he got better because of his net worth. And he's like, no, this is not how you treat people, because this bank makes more money from Ausberry, who withdraws 50 Rand every day to take a taxi through bank charges, that it makes through him with his millions just sitting in his bank account. And then he decided, let me start a bank that serves people at the end of the line. It was going to be a difficult journey because the businesses that he had at the time were micro-lending businesses. How do you move from this micro-lending space and branding into being a bank with people not being skeptical? Like, Mashonisa, now you're saying you're a bank. And some people still have that perception about Capitec, right? They're like, yeah. But guess what? Today, Capitec is the biggest bank in South Africa. It was awarded, in fact, by Lafferty, the biggest bank in the world award. Fastest growing bank that we have. The number of people that they employ, they've got over 20 million customers. Imagine that. Had he not tried to serve the person at the end of the line, the forgotten person, the person selling fruits and vegetables, the person writing for a small community newspaper earning 10,500 rands, they would not have been able to build Capitec. He's worth $1.1 billion. Look at that. If you don't try, you can't win. All of those stories put together and the stories that every speaker this evening shared with us really tell us to try. That's what everybody has been saying the whole night. Try. Try where you are. Try with what you have. Fail forward. We've heard the terminology. We've heard the stories. And they all say, try. Because if you don't try, you can't win. If you try and fail, well, you're a loser anyway. You didn't have nothing, right? You didn't have the $1 billion. So if you don't get it, then what did you lose? You didn't have the $1 billion to begin with. And I want to leave this with you. Remember the importance of staying authentic to who you are. Just because when you go to events like this, we're always being taught entrepreneurship, we're always being taught growth and taking up space. And it doesn't mean you have to show up in the way in which we are showing up. I show up as Ancelas Patisio Mangena Nombeo. Show up as yourself. Whatever it is you're born to do, show up as that and be able to say with that, I was here, I lived, I loved. My husband, for example, has no interest in entrepreneurship at all. At the beginning, it didn't make sense to me. I thought, yeah, weird. He can never be in a space where he has to lead people and increase finances and raise money. And it's just something that he can't do because it doesn't bring him joy. But he's an excellent coder. He's an excellent software developer. And that's what he enjoys to do. He wants to wake up, create code, have fun, go play his games, and go to bed. That's okay. I got to a place to say, as long as in whatever it is that you choose, you show up fully and you become excellent. My husband is excellent at what he does. And he can say, I was here, I lived, I loved. Yet he's never going to employ a single person in his life. But for him, he is here, he is living, and he's leaving his footprints on the sands of time. I hope you also show up and leave your footprints on the sands of time. Ngiyabonga.
Ngubonga Tina Ansilia Nombeu Siyabonga Sisi. Shaleni Zandla. Ningabi nomona. You too will have a coda of a husband one day. So you're a coder, my brother. So ladies and gents, before we close off today, I just want to remind everyone that a copy of the Young Entrepreneurs Playbook is available. We have books that are outside the venue. They are retailing at Exclusive Books for 780 Rand. But for today, you can walk away with a signed copy for just 250. Right? See, entrepreneurship, you must know that people are suckers for deals. No one is going to go to Exclusive Books to research this. But they know that they can get it for 250 here. Plus the author is here. Guys, we have the author here. Get yourself 250. 250. You may never see him again, but you will have his knowledge, you'll have his skills, and you'll have his stories to help better guide your journey. So ladies and gentlemen, I think right about now I want to take this time to acknowledge every single person that came up to this stage. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All our speakers, our panelists, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, the lady of the hour. Let's hear it for Pam. Shaleni Zandla! Shaleni Zandla! Yay! Look at her rocking this David Khaled dress. Wow! Wow! Yes!
I'm afraid of falling. My feet are killing me.
Yes, and doing it in heels. I'm a cons atini. I'm just.
And I'm not used to wearing heels. I'm not used to wearing heels. So can you imagine the pain? But thank you so much. Thank you. There's a song that I wanted to play as we close. Can you play the clip, Andre?
We miss you, Manelo.
No.
Oh, not that one. Sorry.
It's a song that I've been singing for the past 4 months. My daughter will tell you, Nompilo, she is tired. In the car, in the kitchen, in the toilet, and everywhere. I've played this song because the words and the lyrics, I'm Zulu, right? So, ngiguqa ngedolo, ngiyakhuleka, ngiyahluleka. Ngicela ungincede bawo. So I've been playing this song mainly because I've been trying to find a place to channel my pain. You know, pain is something very, very dangerous if not handled well. It can totally destroy you. It can give you a lot of fear. It can give you a lot of self-doubt. So I thought, okay, fresh out of corporate 4 months ago,
or 3 months ago. And I'm like, if I don't deal with this pain in the right way, it will consume me, and that will be the end. And I look at my kids, my daughter, Nompilo, she's 25, she works for Deloitte, and I'm done with her university fees. Then I've got this little one who's 7. And then I still have to walk a long journey to get her to be able to stand on her own. And I look at, some of the challenges that are young people. You look at your own kids, but then you look at the young people, because they've got parents as well, right? And you look at the challenges and the social ills that we see in our country today. You look at kids going to school, going to university, graduating with the hope of, yes, I'm going to get a job. Some do, some don't, right? And those who do, they don't even know how to navigate the space that they are entering into. And I thought to myself, how about we build a community, a strong community of like-minded people, in a sense that where eventually we will develop a community of change makers and give access to our young professionals and our young people, access to people that they will never in their lifetime have access to. I mean, look at the caliber of speakers today. And you look at the likes of Usis Thembi, for example. You look at Ulindile. And you look at Dr. Max. If you just read Dr. Max's profile, and he's a Gibbs lecturer, he's a Harvard graduate, PhDs, this and this and this, you would think, wow, this guy has gone and done wonderful and amazing, which he has, of course. But if you don't know his story, you will just think, he's just one of those people that were born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Look at this story. And I'm telling you, probably half of you have never even met this guy. Or maybe 80% of you in this room have never met this guy. And you look at your own background and you look at Max's background. You don't win if you don't try, right? So it's very important that we really own our narrative, because the reality is, and it's true, time for expecting handouts, no one is here to save you. But for me, particularly, I was like, I can't walk this journey alone, because there's more than 1 million of us who are either experiencing pain because of what they've gone through, who have a lot of self-doubt because of what life has done to them. A lot of people who don't know how to deal with the fear because of some of the choices that they've made in life that gotten them to the point where they are. So the vision then going forward was to actually then start this community. Yes, I was not expecting a big bang event with 500 or with 1,000 people, right? But what this has taught me in planning this event, because it was supposed to happen on the 27th of June. Someone spoke about, I think it was Mpho. He spoke about, you put something out there, you don't even get a single comment. You don't even get a like. The following week, you get this, you get that. So initially, it was supposed to be a paid event. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to take some of my money and I'm going to invest in my business. But I'm like, oh, okay, this is such a great idea. We're going to have these wonderful people speaking and whatnot. Surely people are going to come and want to watch this and pay for it. So there I was. Event, 650, 400. The people that I got, I don't even want to mention the number. But then, because obviously we read as part of our journey and self-development, and taking few chapters from Lindile's book, it's very simple. If you want to start at something, you have to have an unshakable belief in your own idea and be able to bet your last rand or your last dollar on it. So this is where we are. This is the baby that I've been crying about, that I've been trying to nurse for the past 4 months, and that I've been trying to say, how will I channel my pain and my fear in the right way? So that if at least I listen to other people's stories, then I will know that I'm not just dreaming about this crazy idea. So today was about exactly that. Having listened to all these stories that we had today, anything, you can achieve anything if you put your mind into it. So for Nonkosi Creatives, this is just the beginning. But the good thing about it is that I'm not on my own now. Now we have a strong community of people. And that's the beauty of it. Right. So if you look at other communities, and this is not even about race, right? But the reality is that in our country, other races support each other more than anything. So, and with us, when you start something, the people that you think, oh, they're going to support are your family, your friends, and whatnot and whatnot. 90% of people in this room, I don't even know, I've never even met them. So it's also then a testament to say, you need to have a firm belief in what you're trying. Whether people clap, whether they post or they comment or they don't comment, because then, with time, that's the beauty about time, because time is the best healer. And it gives you, because if you work on something and you don't give up, this is how actually most of successful business people were made. So if you are sitting there nursing your business idea, keep on nursing it. But the thing is, what I wanted to achieve, using failure as a shortcut to success, don't go at it alone. What does that mean? Listening to the stories of other people. Let us have habits of forming strong connections and not competing with each other. That is very, very important, because what we do is, I look at Ansila, oh, she's doing this, but I can also do it. And then you then compete. But then if you build a stronger community, you share resources, you share connections. The beauty about this is that now we have content. It's easy then to say, hey, actually, Sis Thembi, let's team up together, let's do a webinar and talk about 1, 2, 3. What stops us from doing that? Because it's also part of paying it forward. Because let's say you want to do it alone, you might not attract all the kind of people that you want to attract. But then if you do it with someone else, it becomes easier. The load becomes easier. So I know it's late and we are tired, and I just really want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Look out for more on what you're going to put out there. We have a database now of nice and wonderful individuals like yourselves. Let us continue to talk to each other. Let us continue to expose each other to opportunities. Because in the long run, it's sad what we see to young professionals. Having been in the HR space for over 2 decades, I've got endless stories that I can tell in terms of what really goes on in corporate environments. And there's nothing wrong with corporate environments. That's where we ought to be. It runs the economy of the country. But then, for us to even grow the economy further, we must then talk about what are some of the ideas to support young people on their journeys to be able to run and build their own businesses and eventually be able to employ other people, just in the example that Ansila spoke about. just now. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the sacrifice. And thank you for being hungry for success. We'll continue talking. Thanks.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Pam, ladies and gentlemen. Mshaleni Zandla. Mshaleni Zandla. Undertaker, ungabi nomona, shaya izandla, Undertaker. Yekela ukucima ugesi. Well done, Pam. We are in awe of your journey. We are in awe of what you have done here today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for all the speakers. Mashaleni Zandla. Let's hear it one more time for the lovely lady Pam. And I have been your MC, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mpho Pops Mudikwane. Remember, Mr. Koko will be outside signing the Young Entrepreneurs Playbook for each and every one of you. Let's support black business, but let's grow together. My friend, welcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a beautiful evening. Drive home safely. And remember to pay it forward.